about like how you were saying, chlorophyll and magnesium, copper and melanin, and how they're all
They have the same structure.
Yeah, and you're right. When you just go to Wiki and start digging into it, they'll tell you, that that's exactly what it is. It's the exact same thing, man.
Yeah, melanin is blood on top of your skin. It's basically skin blood. That's what melanin is.
Yeah, what I was tripping off of when you said that we used to, back in ancient Kemet, stick like the scepter in the ground and get like energy or electricity. I said, ill, man.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I started to go break me off a tree limb and see what I could do.
We're going to get deeper. We're going to get deeper into that though, and why. A book I didn't introduce to you guys last week that I was supposed to, that you should get, is this one. This is the oldest shit. I've literally had this for 21 years. So this book is called Anti-Gravity and the World Grid. I'm sure they got a newer one by now. But it's Anti-Gravity and the World Grid. And that's by David Hatcher Childress. Okay, this is going to explain the energy grid of the Earth. It's also going to give you some experiments on how to levitate. It's going to give you different experiments that you can do with your homies on how to levitate. We did a few of them. Shit works. Shit's crazy. Like there's one they'll tell you to do where everybody sits in a chair, and or one person sits in the chair, and then you get 4 people around them, and then so you place different hands on top of the person's head. So you have North Pole and South Pole, and so each one of your hands is a negative and positive. So one person places one hand, and so you're placing positive, negative, creating a connection, a magnetic connection. Or actually what you're doing is breaking the magnetic field from around the person. So then once everybody has their hand on top of the person, you break the magnetic field, or you do it for a certain amount of time, and then you let go, and then everybody takes one finger and they lift the chair of the person who's sitting. They lift the person who's sitting in the chair. They lift the chair with one finger. Every person, also only 4 people with one finger, they all lift the chair with one finger, and that shit goes straight up in the air too. So it's crazy. So that experiment is in that book, Anti-Gravity and the World Grid.
Was that same experience you were telling us about when you kind of?
That was just from Oming. So when we were in the cave,
yeah,
we were Oming. So the first time we were Oming, and we all hit the frequency of Om, we all disappeared. So then the second time we went to the same cave, we did the Om again. When I was Oming this time, I felt a little tickle in my solar plexus. And, it felt funny at first, but I just kept Oming. I'm like, I'm not going to really trip about it. So, but then it kept growing, like this little tickle, like an energy field, and it kept growing around my body as I kept Oming and hitting a different frequency. And, or stayed with that same frequency. It just grew around my body, and I was like, oh shit, what is this? But I just kept Oming. So then eventually I felt my body getting lighter and lighter as I kept on Oming. And then all of a sudden I started to rise up off the ground. And I was like, oh shit. And then my feet came up off the ground. I was on my feet, my tips of my feet, my toe tip. And my toes started rising up off the ground. And then I was like, oh shit. And then and so I looked up, I opened my eyes, and I was literally levitating off the ground. And I was starting to get scared. And this other dude, one of the homies, he was on the other side of the circle. He opened his eyes. He saw me levitate. He was like, oh, shit. And then I saw his face, and I got scared, and I fell back down to the ground. And then the homie was like, nigga, you was levitating. That shit was hilarious. I was like, nigga, I know. But,
damn.
It's crazy, man. Your magnetic fields, the energy, vibration, frequency, it's all about sound frequency. I'm really trying to impress upon you guys about frequency and vibration. That's what it all is at the end of the day. Frequency and vibration. Sound. We know it as sound, but if you hit the right tones and right frequencies, that's the key to everything. Your brain is just like the so if you get Where's that other book? I think I showed you guys that book on the first one. I don't have. It's here. It's occult geometry and the science of hermetic motion and number. Did I tell you about that? I told you guys about that book the first day.
Yep.
So again, if you find that book, get it immediately because there's a lot of it's not a lot of them. If you find it cheap, really get it because I think they boosted the price up. But in that book, occult geometry, it talks about the brain. So actually, at the end of the book, and so the science of hermetic motion and number. So motion, how energy moves, right? So in the book, it talks about your brain and what your brain actually is. So most people think that you are your brain. Your thoughts come from your brain, and it doesn't. Thoughts are just vibrations and waves that are all around all the time. So whatever thought you think you may have that you originated, you didn't. All you're doing is pulling the thought from the universe and it's resonating in your brain or in your mind. How does it do that? It does that with the brain. Brain is just like a tuning fork. So the analogy would be if you picture a piano. So everybody's seen a piano before, and when you hit the key on a piano, if you've seen inside the piano, that's you see a hammer thing striking a very dense chord, right, inside the piano. And then that chord, depending on how tight or how dense it is, it creates a certain sound or vibration, right? Same thing with like a harp or a guitar. When the strings on a guitar are very sturdy and strong, and each one has a different. When you strum it, because of the density, because you'll see at the tip of the guitar, you can tighten and adjust the density of the string. When you strum it, it sends out a different vibration, right? So basically, what it's doing when it's in that vibration is basically resonating, or when you hear the sound, it's basically your thumb. It's the sound of your thumb coming together with that dense string on the guitar. So equate that to your brain. So there's frequencies all around. This is moving all around us, all infinite frequencies and vibrations, right? So they move so fast. The vibration moves so fast that these things are constantly moving through us. Okay, that's the difference in things. Things with very slow vibration are very dense, like a rock. If you were to look at a rock, it's moving, but its molecules, it's vibrating very slowly. Okay, so it looks like it's not moving. Whereas, light and things of that nature are vibrating very fast, very speed vibration, right? Super fast. So they're constantly moving through us at all times. Same thing with thought. Thought is the highest vibration. It's called tachyon energy. It vibrates so fast that it's moving through you. You can't stop it. But your brain is like a resonating fork. It's like a tuning fork. So as these thoughts are moving through you or moving through you, your brain, so when everybody's heard of what's called a brain synapse. Does everybody know what that is? A brain synapse?
Yeah.
Okay, so whenever you have a thought, or whenever your thoughts move along certain strands in your brain called synapses, right? There's like strings that look like a web. Okay, inside your brain, it looks like a web. Let me actually, since let me share the screen so I can pull that up.
So is that kind of what they mean when they say that energy could never be created nor destroyed? Like all the thoughts are just kind of already here, and we're just
right. Yeah. Every vibration you think that. So this is what your brain looks like, right? Inside. All these different centers of your brain. This is where the thought is generated, or usually, and this is called the brain cell right here. And from this brain cell, this stem is called the synapse. And they create different connections. It's like literally like a web in your body, right? So what happens is, let me click on one of these. So these are like these little strands right here would be like the strings on a piano or on a guitar or on a harp. So when the vibrations are moving through us, they move so fast that we can't register what's going on, the thought at all. However, when we start to learn a certain subject, say, let's say it's archaeology, or, even dancing or rapping or whatever it is, these strands right here get thicker and thicker, right? They get denser and denser. So now what happens is when these vibrations start to move past these synapses, because it's so dense, you ever see the Flash, right? So the Flash, I don't know if you guys are in the comics, but the Flash can do something by vibrating his body so fast that he can move through solid objects, right? That's the same thing as what thoughts are doing. They move so fast, they're moving through solid objects. However, if you ever seen an episode with Flash where a wall is so thick, sometimes the Flash can't vibrate through that wall because the wall is so thick and dense, he can't move through it. Same thing with the synapse. When you start to learn a certain subject, the more and more you learn about it, it creates the synapse. It makes it thicker and thicker and thicker to now where eventually you don't need to learn anymore. The synapse is so thick, you start to register everything about that subject. All vibrations that have to deal with that subject start to resonate, start to strum on this little thing. And now you start to pull in all the things about that certain subject. That's why certain people, when they hit certain things, they can just start to run off things at a certain, without even thinking about it. They just boom, boom, they start pulling anything in. That's what channeling is called. You're pulling in vibrational energy, and then the brain fiber resonates it. So literally, it's just like a tuning fork. That's all your brain is. It's a tuning fork for information. Now, the way the information resonates in your body is you have to consciously go about learning that subject. Sometimes we're born with certain things that we resonate with. We come here with certain superpowers. We got certain synapses that are thick, and we just pull it in immediately from when we're here. But usually the way it works is you have to learn. You have to start to learn a certain subject. What happens is this little thing right here is a cluster of cells. When you start to learn a certain subject, this cluster of cells start to come together. They form, then they form this giant ball. And the more you learn, they start to form connections within the brain that helps you learn more and more about that subject.
Hey, Kev, I got a quick question.
Uh-huh.
It's on this topic, though, but when you were just saying it can get so thick, like use the analogy that it was so thick he couldn't get through it, Flash.
Right.
Is that why when you meet people that may, for instance, be like religious, they really can't, nothing's going to penetrate that, so to speak, because it's like they've been learning it so long, it's just kind of got them clogged up where they can't receive new information? Is that along the same lines?
Well, I see what you mean. Well, not necessarily. You can always learn something new, but you're right. They're focused so much on that they don't allow any other frequency in. So that's more so. They're closed off to other frequencies. So you can do that. You can be open or closed. So they just were closed off to receiving other frequencies. This is where I live. I don't fuck around with nothing else but this. It's like, people who live in a small town. You know what I'm saying? They have no idea of the world around them. This is all they know is this little small town where they know everybody. Everybody know their business. I mean, they feel comfortable. This is it. But there's a grand universe outside of that little small ass town. So this is kind of what religious people are like. They focus just on that, and they miss out on the grand universe around them. So
Kev, I have a question. How do you think this relates to talent? Because I think talent is something that individuals are born with. They may not know that they're inherently good at something until they actually kind of go down that lane, compared to a skill, which is something someone has to learn.
Say that one more time.
How do you think the synapses and the brain, how that works with talent? Because I think talent is something that individuals are born with. They're inherently good at something compared to a skill, which is something that someone has to actually learn to become good at.
Well, it's the same thing. That's what I mean. So learning period is creating synapses in the brain, no matter whatever it is, what subject it is, whatever you're doing, you're creating those synapses for that brain. You're making this brain fiber thicker and thicker the more and more you learn about it. no matter what it is, the nuances, all of these things, you're literally creating and making this thing denser and denser and denser. So then it starts to slow down every single vibration. So literally it's the opposite vibration of whatever you're learning. It's the yin and yang. So literally it has to be, because that frequency moves so fast, this brain fiber has to be equally as dense to register it.
I see.
It has to be evenly as dense to register. As fast as this is moving, it has to be equally as dense to stop it so that it registers in the brain. So that happens the more and more you learn about something. So again, that's anything. That's spirituality, that's science, that's anything. And you'll start to channel. That's what channeling is. Oh man, I channeled this. You're not channeling, you're receiving. You start to turn yourself into a superconductor of that energy. Remember, we went over superconductivity. We're going to go over some more again. Superconductivity is when when two things resonate at the same vibration, then there's a lossless flow of energy that goes back and forth between those 2 points. When you resonate with a certain vibration, a certain knowledge, a certain information, when you tune this body, and soon when that body hits that frequency, that's when information will start to flow freely between that whatever that subject is and between your body. You just start to pull it in. And that's everybody. But again, the melanin is like having an amplifier. You go into a party and you got a little small radio and you trying to jam on the little radio, and then somebody roll in with them big ass speakers on the back of their car, like, hey, nigga, boo! you start bumping like, nigga, this is how we get in. But again, it's all dependent on you. So let's see, we're gonna get into. Man, I had a whole lot of shit to go over with y'all today. So we're gonna start with dark matter. We're supposed to go over dark matters. Last week we didn't get into it. Fucking fun, man.
You're probably already familiar with some forms of carbon. For example,
for you guys
graphite right over here.
That are in this class,
is one form of carbon.
Shit. Some of the videos we just watch clips of. So, excuse me. If you want to watch the whole video, you can go to the playlist, the God class videos, and you'll find everything that we watched in the class in this section here. But what I want to go over today, wait, where is it? Yeah. Whatever. Oh, here it is. No, that's not it either. Hold on. All right, let me do this. I should have put it in here. So all of this stuff today, we're gonna try to jump into and just take a quick look at. But it's like all of it is awesome. So let me try to. All right, it's this one right
here. Atoms, stars, and galaxies. Matter as we know it. Atoms, stars, and galaxies. Planets and trees. Rocks and us. This matter accounts for less than 5% of the known universe. About 25% is dark matter and 70% dark energy, both of which are invisible. This is kind of strange because it suggests that everything we experience is really only a tiny fraction of reality. But it gets worse. We really have no clue what dark matter and energy are or how they work. We are pretty sure they exist though. So, what do we know? Dark matter is the stuff that makes it possible for galaxies to exist. When we calculated why the universe is structured the way it is, it quickly became clear that there's just not enough normal matter. the gravity of the visible matter is not strong enough to form galaxies and complex structures. The stars would more likely be scattered all over the place and not form galaxies. So we know there is something else inside and around them. Something that doesn't emit or reflect light. Something dark. But besides being able to calculate the existence of dark matter, we can see it, kind of. Places with a high concentration of dark matter bend light passing nearby, so we know there's something there that interacts with gravity. Right now, we have more ideas about what dark energy is not than what it is. We know dark matter is not just clouds of normal matter without stars, because it would emit particles we could detect. Dark matter is not antimatter, because antimatter produces unique gamma rays when it reacts with normal matter. Dark matter is also not made up of black holes, very compact objects that violently affect their surroundings, while dark matter seems to be scattered all over the place. Basically, we only know three things for sure. 1. Something is out there. 2. It interacts with gravity. 3. There is a lot of it. Dark matter is probably made up of a complicated exotic particle that doesn't interact with light and matter in a way we expect, but right now, we just don't know. Dark energy is even more strange and mysterious. We can't detect it, we can't measure it, and we can't taste it, but we do see its effects very clearly. In 1929, Edwin Hubble examined how the wavelength of light emitted by distant galaxies shifts towards the red end of the electromagnetic spectrum as it travels through space. He found that fainter, more distant galaxies showed a large degree of redshift. Closer galaxies, not so much. Hubble determined that this was because the universe itself is expanding. The redshift occurs because the wavelengths of light are stretched as the universe expands. More recent discoveries have shown that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. Before that, it was thought that the pull of gravity would cause the expansion to either slow down or even retract and collapse in on itself at some point. Space doesn't change its properties as it expands. There's just more of it. New space is constantly created everywhere. Galaxies are tight-bound clusters of stuff held together by gravity, so we don't experience this expansion in our daily lives, but we see it everywhere around us. Wherever there is empty space in the universe, more is forming every second. So dark energy seems to be some kind of energy intrinsic to empty space. Energy that is stronger than anything else we know, and that keeps getting stronger as time passes by. Empty space has more energy than everything else in the universe combined. We have multiple ideas about what dark energy might be. One idea is that dark energy is not a thing, but just a property of space. Empty space is not nothing, it has its own energy. It can generate more space and is quite active. So as the universe expands, it could be that just more and more space appears to fill the gaps, and this leads to a faster expanding universe. This idea is close to an idea that Einstein had back in 1917 of a concept of a cosmological constant, a force that counteracted the force of gravity. The only problem is that when we tried to calculate the amount of this energy, the result was so wrong and weird that it only added to the confusion. Another idea is that empty space is actually full of temporary, virtual particles that spontaneously and continually form from nothing and then disappear into nothing again. The energy from those particles could be dark energy. Or maybe dark energy is an unknown kind of dynamic energy fluid or field which permeates the entire universe, but somehow has the opposite effect on the universe than normal energy and matter. But if it exists, we don't know how and where, or how we could detect it. So there are still a lot of questions to answer. Our theories about dark matter and dark energy are still just that, theories. On the one hand, this is kind of frustrating. On the other hand, this is frontier science, making it very exciting. It shows us that no matter how much we feel we're on top of things, we're still very much apes with smartphones, on a tiny, fragile island in space, looking into the sky, wondering how our universe works. There is so much left to learn, and that is awesome. This video is supported by the
All right. So if you guys, so we're gonna go back, I wanna go back over this really quick and go back into the dark energy part of it, actually. Because the reason I'm showing you this one, because there's a different videos on dark matter and dark energy, but this one has the better graphics. So
thought that the pull of gravity would cause the expansion to either slow down or even retract and collapse in on itself at some point. Space doesn't change its properties as it expands. There's just more of it. New space is constantly created everywhere.
So it says new space is constantly created everywhere. So basically, as you know, as it grows, it grows faster and faster as it expands. So this is all dark. This is all dark energy, right? This is the grid that's supposed to show dark energy. What this is if you watched anybody seen Star Wars and they say the Force, that's what this is. That's exactly what this is. The Force is with you. I suggest you guys go and look at Empire Strikes Back, and that's where Yoda breaks off. Actually, let me see if I can find that one. Because I know that's an older movie.
Hi, I'm Sophie. And I'm Alex. And we are the Science Kids. I'm alive,
Not today.
obviously. So am I.
So, let's see. So, here it is. I think.
We'll never get it out now.
So certain are you? Always with you what cannot be done. You do nothing that I say.
Master, moving stones around is one thing. This is totally different.
No different. Only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned.
All right, I'll give it a try.
No, why not? Do or do not. There is no try.
Greatest words ever.
I can't. It's too big.
Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not.
You want the impossible.
Oh, dude, they just cut the science. Hold up. He just cut the whole science out of it. Sorry, we gotta turn to another one. He just cut the whole science out of it.
Why not? Do or do not.
Sorry.
It's to me. Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not. For my ally is the force.
Mute your phone right now. If y'all fuck up this damn line right now, we gonna have a problem. All of you, mute your phone right now.
And the power should not. Do you? And where you should not. For my ally is the force. And the powerful ally it is. Life creates it. Makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings shall be, not this crude matter. You must feel the force around you. You, between you, me, between, rock, everywhere. Even between land and ship.
You want the impossible.
Get him, Yoda. Little bitch ass nigga, you don't know shit.
Even R2D2 knew that.
Little nigga.
I don't believe it. That is why you fail.
Bam. So they were breaking this shit off. This was 70s.
Yeah.
Hey, Kev, is Yoda chlorophyll?
Yep. No, Yoda's supposed to be Osiris. That's why he's green.
Oh, I got you.
Go look up ancient old pictures of Osiris. He's green. But yeah, you're right. It's because of the chlorophyll. Yeah, you're right. The melanin. That's supposed to be the melanin. You're absolutely right. They couldn't make him black because that would be too obvious.
Right.
Like the Incredible Hulk. The Incredible Hulk's supposed to be black.
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't make who is it? That kill the cat that killed Superman. That's why they didn't make him black.
What cat that killed Superman?
What's that cat's name that killed Superman?
Are you talking about Darkseid?
Not Darkseid.
I forget his name. I know you're talking about. But yeah,
It was Doomsday. Doomsday.
Yeah,
Doomsday. Oh, right. Doomsday. That's right. Yeah.
Because if you look at Doomsday,
he's gray.
I went back and I looked at him. Not only is he gray, but he's got talons coming out of damn near everywhere. Those are supposed to be claws.
Right.
So he's supposed to be the Dragon War.
Well, yeah. And then, but the Incredible Hulk, though, this is when you need to do your study on science and color. Mute your phone in the back. So when you do your science on color, your study on science and color, you understand the visual light spectrum. The reason we see color is only because of the visual light spectrum, right? So once it goes from infrared to ultraviolet, that's what we see, which is why melanated people look dark, because we reflect ultraviolet rays, right? So the darker you are, the more ultraviolet. Now, as you get more and more past ultraviolet, you go into X-ray and stuff like that, then you finally get into gamma ray. So again, the more and more you go past, it gets darker and darker. So gamma rays should be completely what? Dark. Completely what we call black today. But gamma rays are supposed to be completely pitch black. That's what the Incredible Hulk is supposed to be if he was created by gamma rays. But they couldn't do that, because then that would be too goddamn obvious. So they made him green, which is somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. And so if you understand also, when you break down color, the lighter wavelength, like red from infrared, they're very long wavelengths. And then ultraviolet, when you get to the darker wavelengths, they're very shorter. They move really fast, right? So longer wavelengths, they move very slow energy. Shorter wavelengths move really fast. So that's the reason, again, Incredible Hulk, he's so powerful. Like he's gamma. So again, gamma rays are the strongest rays in the universe, which is why the Incredible Hulk is the most powerful motherfucker in the universe. But again, they couldn't tell us that, because that would be letting the cat out of the bag. So let's see. More dark energy. We gotta understand what dark matter and dark energy is.
Imagine you've lived your whole life. You think this island is all there is. Everything that could possibly exist exists on this island. Then one day, you find the ocean. You have no idea what it is or that it was even there. But suddenly, your world has opened and you realize this island you've known your whole life is only a fraction of what's out there. That's exactly what it was like for astronomers about 100 years ago, only on a much, much larger scale. They realized that everything they thought was everything, chairs, chopsticks, chihuahuas, makes up less than 5% of the universe. Around 27% is something called dark matter, which we'll get to in a bit, but the bulk of it is dark energy. Dark energy makes up around 68% of our universe. But what is it? Well, the short answer is we don't know. It's invisible and we haven't been able to detect it yet. So how do we know it's there? I mean, saying something we have no idea what it is makes up more than half of the universe is a pretty bold claim. Well, we need to start the story where all stories start, at the beginning of the universe. Once upon a time, the universe was a tiny, infinitely dense speck. One day, there was a big bang, which we now call the Big Bang, and the universe exploded outward in a burst of energy and has been expanding ever since. But all the while, gravity is quietly working against the expansion, oh so gently pulling back at the edges of the universe. Astronomers studying this naturally assumed that gravity was slowing the expansion rate down, but when they measured it, they found the most incredible thing. It was actually speeding up. Something else was there, a driving force that's pushing everything apart, working against the force of gravity. This driving force is what physicists call dark energy. And that's all we really know about it. It's causing the universe to expand faster than ever before. It's kind of like gravity's evil, slightly more athletic twin. While gravity pulls everything back in, dark energy pushes everything back out and wins by a lot. We may still be in the dark about dark energy, but that doesn't mean scientists don't have some ideas. The leading theory is that dark energy is created from empty space. Yes, empty space. And yes, that is the leading theory. According to quantum physics, empty space contains an energy called a vacuum energy, and it's causing space-time to expand. In fact, string theorists don't find it surprising that dark energy exists. What they do find surprising is that there's so little of it. Now, when I heard that they thought there was so little of it out there, my first reaction was 68% seems like a pretty big chunk. But then when you think about all the empty space that's out there, it does kind of seem on the low side. Turns out it's a bit more than just on the low side. Physicists think there should be a factor of a googolplex more dark energy than the expansion of the universe accounts for. In case you don't know what a googolplex is, it's a 1 followed by 100 zeros. I just wanted to say googolplex. Googolplex. To put this into perspective, the estimated number of atoms in the universe is a 1 followed by 85 zeros. This is one of the big questions of cosmology, and people have come up with various theories like defining new forces or special fields that permeate space and vary with time. Unfortunately, testing these theories is difficult, and they're still in the very early stages of development. Just like it took centuries to figure out that lightning wasn't created by a bearded guy wearing a dress, it may take many more centuries to truly come to grips with the nature of dark energy. Speaking of things we haven't come to grips with yet, what about the remaining piece of the universe pie? What's the story there? My friend Dom from Everything is going to tell you guys a bit more about that slice. Over to you, Dom.
Hi, Jade. So the remaining 27% of the universe is made up of stuff called dark matter. That's 5 times the amount of normal matter. Astronomers first noticed it when they observed something odd about the way galaxies were spinning that just didn't make sense. However, it's invisible, and so far we haven't been able to detect it. So how do we even know it's there?
Head over to the video on Dom's channel, Everything, to find the answer to that question, plus a whole bunch of other really...
So, dark energy. As the universe expands, so dark energy and dark matter. They're saying as the universe expands, there's something that's keeping it, that's holding it together, but it's still expanding very rapidly, but not coming apart. Okay, this is the science. They don't understand why how can it move so fast but still stay together. Okay, it's the yin and yang. As one moves out, the other pulls back in, but it's working in unison. It allows it to grow, but also holds it together so that you don't, okay, yeah, you can grow, but don't go out of control. So these are the two forces that are working together. So, and one would be the particle, the manifestation of the energy. One is the energy, and then one is the particle, the manifestation of the energy. And that's the dark matter. And then what we get out of regular matter comes from dark matter. The little bit of matter that we get in the world comes from the dark matter. And this goes from high vibration. The vibrations start to slow until it moves very slowly. Then you get matter. Matter is the slowest vibration. So what is dark energy? Dark energy could be considered as infinite potential, okay, from which we draw from. We're constantly creating. We're constantly creating new things, moving out. That's why the universe is expanding, because we're expanding. We're constantly thinking of new stuff and creating and putting things together from old stuff and moving on. And you grow and you grow and you grow. That's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to be more than what you were before. That's, again, it was a play on words, but we understood what we were doing. We're constantly, that's why and when you look up Egyptians and you see that most Egyptians, they stand with that 1 foot forward, because you're constantly changing and moving throughout the universe. So dark energy is basically the infinite field of potential that you draw from to create. And that's why they don't understand what it is. It's because it constantly gets more. The more and more we create, the more and more energy that gets put out, the more and more energy it grows. Because there's more energy to draw from. Once you make a new creation, then there's more energy to draw from that to create something new. That's why it's like, okay, well, now we got this creation, but all right, this is new. We can draw from this, put it with this, and then create something else. And that's why it's constantly expanding, because our thoughts are constantly expanding and growing. So again, dark energy would be basically infinite potential for creation. Then once it gets to dark matter, that's when it becomes the building blocks for creation, and then matter is the creation itself.
Is matter just basically anything tangible? Is that kind of what it's?
Yeah, anything
Okay.
you can touch. Yes,
Okay.
matter is anything you can touch. Where the vibration is slowed down so much that now it registers as an actual object, tangibility.
I got another question, Kev. Like,
Sure.
you know when you were saying that like light just moves so fast that that we can't, like how you were saying that something moves so slow. Is that like a microcosm or a macrocosm effect where maybe that we just can't see it from our perspective?
What do you mean?
Like in the instance, like for instance, right? You know how from our perspective, like a plane looks like it's flying slowly,
right?
Because of where we're seeing it. But if you were actually on the runway, it looks like it's going super fast. But would that be like light? Like if we were like a bigger being, and could we see light differently?
Well, it's all about perspective. Absolutely. Everything is all going to be based on your perspective. So yeah, a taller person, a person who's 8 feet tall or 7, Shaq has a different view of the world than, let's say, somebody who's 5 feet tall.
Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues. They have two different perspectives on the world. Shaq is like, he sees things that, Muggsy can't see. And then Muggsy has a perspective on things that Shaq can't have a perspective on. So, it is based off a perspective, but, as far as, the light, you're saying the light being able to move through us, is that what
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and why didn't, what's the main point of that question? Like, what?
I'm kind of curious to how, because the more I keep learning a lot of this stuff, it seems like it's almost just like everything that we're dealing with is almost perception, like almost all of it, really. And it's just based on the microcosm or macrocosm where we are at, that we perceive certain things. Like, so when you say light itself is just so fast, or maybe it's just our perspective of light. You see, that's what I was kind of getting at pretty much. Was it like, is it really that fast, or is it just the human being's perspective of it? Like how certain things are so slow, or like, for instance, let me give this example because I know I'm kind of going too far off. How the Earth looks like it's not moving, but it's really going uber fast.
Right.
That's what I kind of mean. Like, is light really this fast, or is it just our perspective?
Right. Well, depending on your distance from the light. So, like, the reason, like, we see different distant galaxies, right, far off. But the light that we see from those galaxies are what they call light years away, which is like 100 and something thousand. It takes like light 100 and something thousand years, to reach from out there to reach us, right? Or it moves at like 100 and some thousand miles an hour or something like that. So whatever you see in the galaxies that we see are old pictures. Like, so whatever the light that we see when we look out into the galaxy, that's not what it is anymore. That's what it was like thousands of years ago. It's constantly spreading out. It takes that long for the light to get to us. But light here from the sun, what I mean by the vibration is moving so fast, the frequency.
I got you.
Of light is what I mean. It's moving so fast. And so, that's why you can't touch light. You know what I'm saying? You can't touch it. There, you can use it. A photon is real. It's a particle. The particle moves so fast that you can't touch it, but you can. It does have a property, right?
So it's kind of like the NFL. That's the fastest football game ever. It's still fast, but when cats come from college, they always talk about how much faster it is compared to what they were coming from. But then they get into it for so long, and then the game slows down from. It's still the same damn speed.
It is. You're right. It's their perspective. They've grown
right
to the speed at that time, or their vibration has risen to the vibration of the game, and so now it seems like it's slow. But before, their vibration was slower than the game. So they were like, oh shit, what the fuck is going on here? Oh my God, oh, these niggas is crazy. And so then you play the game more, you start to pick up some certain things, then you're right. The vibration, it seems like it's slowing down you, but really your vibration is raising to the level of the game. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to show you this lady. She does a good breakdown of it too. Reason we're getting into this because I'm gonna get back into the book about dark matter and show y'all something in part 2 of the book where it says black matter diffusion. Okay, so it's talking about the black matter and shit in space.
The universe is getting bigger every day. And what we understand now is that the amount it's getting bigger is getting bigger every day. The expansion of the universe is accelerating. Ironically, what this means is that as time goes on, even though the universe is getting bigger, we see less of it.
How is the universe getting bigger? Finding the answer has become one of the greatest quests in modern science.
Just a few years ago, we were trying to measure how much the universe is slowing down over time. It makes sense, right? An explosion happened a long time ago, the Big Bang.
Scientists assumed the Big Bang would slow down and gravity would pull things back together. But that's not what they were seeing in the cosmos.
Astronomers think that the universe appears to be expanding at an accelerating rate.
Now, we have no idea what's causing this. So I'll let you in on a secret here. Whenever astronomers don't know something, they tend to say dark. Dark energy.
Even though scientists are baffled, they know this thing called dark energy makes up 70% of what's out there in the cosmos. It's stronger than gravity, and may eventually be stronger than the forces that hold atoms together.
My body is held together by the electromagnetism in my atoms. But what if the expansion of space increases and accelerates, and it even overcomes those forces? Astronomers are calling that the Big Rip. And although we don't know this will happen, it's a possibility that eventually the expansion will get strong enough to rip apart atoms, to rip apart our very bodies. Even matter will fly apart.
One way to wrap our brains around the expanding universe and the Big Bang is to use an analogy. For instance, tennis balls on a piece of elastic. Here, each tennis ball represents a galaxy. So this one could be our own Milky Way galaxy. And the elastic is space itself. Now, since we know the universe is expanding, it's like taking this elastic and stretching. Now, as the elastic expands, the galaxies start to spread out and get more and more remote from one another. So our simple model of the universe with tennis balls and elastic literally breaks down if we try to apply it to one ruled by dark energy. Because if we're trying to show a universe in which the rate of expansion between the galaxies is actually accelerating over time, our elastic would have to stretch infinitely far, and we would have to run away from each other infinitely fast. Now, we can't do that with a simple model. And that, in a way, is an example of just how bizarre a dark energy-dominated universe could be.
So, again, dark matter and dark energy is the key to everything in existence. Definitely in this universe. They don't understand what it is because they don't understand melanin, right? So you got compartmentalized science going on. So you have scientists who are working on, astrologers and stuff like that, and they're working on space and how the universe was created and this and that. But then you have, and so that's astrology. Those are scientists too. Those are astronomy. There's science. Then you have chemical scientists who are chemically trying to figure out how the universe was created. Those chemical scientists are all together in that Melanin conference, from what we broken down in the book, in the great book of Melanin. So let me pull up. see if I can pull it up. So I had to show you guys. So I missed this one last week. I was supposed to read this to you. This is out of book 1.
There's 2 volumes to that joint, Kev?
Yeah, this book is huge, man.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's one, and then the other one is the same size.
Man, look like a Black's Law dictionary over there, man.
Hold up, where's hold on. All right, let me open this. I don't know why I did that. I actually got this on my computer. Download it. So if you got, I hope you guys are, if you haven't ordered the book, that you guys are studying the website. I know the website is kind of hard to study and follow, but you have to do one of those. you need to do one of those. You study the book, get the book, and study, because this is the key to everything. If you don't understand this, then you don't understand shit. And so I'm gonna play a video in a minute.
And what's the website?
The website is, I'll put it in the chat in a second, so you can copy it.
All right, that'll work.
So let me see. So the website don't look like this. The website is going to be, the writing and everything is going to be smaller because it's not formatted digitally. So, but here you have to get down to. Just wanted to show you guys the strength of melanin. And this is crazy. So chlorophyll pigments. So it's telling you all the chlorophyll, melanin. Damn it, where did it go? I might have to read it out of the book for y'all because I can't find it on here. Damn it. So I'm just gonna read it out of the book. It's gonna take me a long ass time to find it. Oh, damn, I thought I had it. All right. So out of the book, this part is it's called a difficult, or the chapter, the section is called a difficult formula to determine, right? So it says, later it was observed that the granules are very resistant in oxygen-free atmosphere, so much so that they have been found in fossils of cephalopods, fish, and frogs from 150 million years ago. Y'all get that? Melanin, they find in fossils. So this is all leading to something. They're finding fossils, and in the fossils, they're finding melanin granules that are 150 million years old. They didn't break down after 150 million years.
Oh, man, damn.
That's what that means. 150 million year old melanin granule sitting right here in this goddamn fossil.
Still active, man.
Says, if in the past a similar life to ours were on the moon, it is highly probable that the melanin would have been preserved more than any other pigment. Like so basically saying if there was an ancient civilization that lived on the moon and they just vanished, if we were to find anything of them, it would be the melanin.
The melanin would still
yeah, the melanin would be the only thing that survived of those motherfuckers that if they lived that long ago.
So basically that's the essence.
Yes. Yes. So then let's get into it more. The insolubility of the pigment. Does anybody know what that means? Insolubility?
Doesn't dissolve in water.
It didn't. You can't water it down to make it thin out or anything.
Right. It means it does not just in water. It means anything.
Any
can be
liquid.
soluble. Yeah, you can be fat soluble or you can be water soluble.
Okay.
You can break down in fats or break down in salt. It's not soluble at all. It says insoluble, meaning like nigga, it don't break down in nothing. like you can't break this damn thing down. So look, the insolubility, which the pigment shows in every type of solvent. Every type of solvent. Like, nigga, no matter what we put it in, acid, fucking, no matter what we put this shit in, it does not break down.
And you wonder why they're afraid of us?
Man, we're getting deeper into it. It's called the God class. I'm trying to tell you. I wasn't trying to bring some bullshit. I'm trying to let you know we have to get back into understanding why you were God. Not on some old mythological bullshit. Not on some old, we were gods and kings, because everybody who descended from niggas were gods and kings. You need to understand why they believed you were God because of your chemical makeup, and then how to reconnect with that.
Shit, I'm scared of us right now.
I'm trying to tell you. So the insolubility, which the pigment shows in every type of solvent, is another characteristic which explains how the melanins have even come down to us in fossils. The fact that a solid does not melt makes it very difficult to understand its structure, at least in the common sense of organic chemistry. But this is not the only negative aspect which makes it difficult to establish the structure of melanin. In fact, besides being insoluble, they also are amorphous, which means we have no form. We can form into anything. That's what, again, hey, what were we talking about not too long ago? I think in the first or second, I think we were talking about Spawn. Did y'all just see what just happened?
Right.
Y'all see what happened with the movie Spawn?
Yeah. His cape always turns into whatever kind of shape he needs it to turn into.
Well, I hope y'all went back and saw that old movie with Michael Jai White. But y'all heard the new news, right?
Yeah, Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx is about to be Spawn.
I think they should make.
You think that's a coincidence that we talking about Spawn and then they're about to remake Spawn and we just heard about that? Universe, dude, connection.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they should let Jai do it again, but
they should. Jai is off the chain.
Yeah, he'd be better at it, but you know they think Jamie Foxx is bigger, so.
And Jai can fight.
Jai, there's a reason they want Jamie Foxx in there. So the movie will flop, nobody will see it, and then the secrets will be safe.
He said, no, the movie, people, well, Jamie's going to bring a comedy aspect to it and try to and make it not believable, which is what they want. They want to put the science out there, but then make you not believe it.
Yeah. Well, you remember that movie that Jamie did where he was flying the plane? The movie tanked, but he got paid. Same difference.
The movie what?
He did a movie where he was flying a plane. I forget what the hell it's called, but the movie tanked. It did horrible.
It was about a robot plane. I think it's called Stealth.
Oh, Stealth! Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. But
every time they want to hide the lies,
right,
or hide the truth, they put Jamie Foxx in the movie. That shit tanked. Everything except for Ray, because he was shucking and jiving.
Also, Jamie died. So
it says the shit tanks. But that's what I wanted to show you guys on that one. All right, so now we're gonna get back into the videos again. Oops. So watch out for that, James. Did anybody go back and see the Michael Jai White one?
I've seen that plenty of times.
Okay.
I used to like that movie, and then I got older. It doesn't hold up well, but I mean, I still seen it.
No, it doesn't hold up well. No, but It's about the science. It's about, remember, it's all about the science.
Anime is still ill though.
Yeah, well, you got to think about it. His suit, yeah, it makes sense. It's black, and you know, it does stuff without him thinking, like your body does, kind of like your skin heals itself without you noticing it.
Exactly.
You know, say that I see all that stuff. As far as like how you, you know, you get cuts, scars, it heals, right? When you get stuff in your eye, the eye will try to get it out your eye by, you know, crying.
Right.
So, you know, so you can see it.
And they like you said, it was watered down. They didn't have the technology really to do what they want. That's why I'm really actually trying to see what they're going to do with this one, with this spawn. But really, the shit you want to see about the melanin is going to be Venom. The new movie,
yeah, Venom. That makes sense because the symbiote.
The symbiote.
Yeah, that makes sense because you're gonna see what he'd be able to do with the suit, you know, and how the suit works with him and everything. But that makes sense. Your body does stuff without you thinking. Yep. When you lay down, you know, you're breathing at a different rate when you lay down, far as when you standing up or sitting up, you know, because they were talking about, that's why some people were dying in their sleep when they were taking what was it, oxycodone, I think.
Oxycontin, yeah.
Yeah, they'll take that, and it was like a lot of Caucasian people dying because their body was like pretty much malfunctioning. It wasn't able to do what it normally would do because they would think it's standing up, but it's laying down. So it totally acts different.
Yep. And also melanated people, your body acts different. Like when you sleep with the lights on and stuff like that, your melanin is receiving all of that constantly. Even though you sleep, your melanin is being stimulated at all times.
Yeah.
But, you know, certain times, like sometimes it's good because you receive information. Like if you're asleep and you got a documentary on, your melanin will be receiving that information. Like if you're asleep and you know it's some information on the TV or on the radio or some shit like that, your melanin receives that shit, even though you're.
I mean, it makes sense to me now, Kev. But like I remember when people used to say, "Oh yeah, go listen to like an audio tape or something that you want to, you know." When I was younger, I'd be like, did that really work? Like if I listen to Spanish all the time,
get into your subconscious, yeah. Exactly.
But I mean, it makes sense now. But at the time, I was like, man, I don't think that gonna work.
Well, you know now, you are a giant receiver of radio waves and frequencies. All right, so this is about magnetism. So we're getting into the deeper parts of what your melanin is. We talked about it being a conductor of electricity. Now we're talking about magnetism and electromagnetism. And so we have to know what that is first in order to know how it transfers to your melanin. And I know it seems like I'm going in hard on melanin, but the reason I'm doing that is because melanin is the base science of all existence. So unless you understand that, you won't be able to go back and get back to the state that we once were. We were melanin scientists. We were melanin masters. That's why we called it Kemet and everywhere else Timor. Timor is also which is the old name of Africa. Timor is the dark land. So is Kemet. Kemet is the dark land. Because we understood about we were working that science of darkness of the electron. We were able to manipulate the electron of carbon, and as we saw last week, when you get the electron, the valence electrons, those outer electrons of carbon, they can bind to anything. Carbon can bind to any element. So we were literally creating things right on the spot. We could bind this atom to this atom, or we take this carbon, the carbon atom, bind a few carbon atoms, and then take atoms from everywhere else and create new shit on a constant basis. We were literally gods, creating, understanding how the base form, the basis element, or the base elements of creation. We understood what that was and how to manipulate it. So we have to get back into that. In order for us to do that, we have to understand the science again. So that's why I'm going in hard on what your melanin can do. The long ass intro, goddamn.
If somehow the laws of physics changed so that there was no magnetism, I mean, all bets are off, and God knows what the world would be like. Really and truly, it would be so profoundly different that you couldn't say that, oh, well, we wouldn't have cars or anything so trivial as that. We wouldn't have light. Light, the first thing mentioned in the Bible. Number one, God separated the darkness from the light.
Since the first moments of creation, magnetism has been a force in our universe so powerful, so fundamental, nothing in our world would exist without it. Not even us. In the beginning, humans first discovered magnetism as a small miracle, a dark stone that attracted iron with an invisible force.
What stone?
A dark stone.
Dark stone.
Dark stone, not a black stone. A dark stone.
In a time when fire was tamed to fashion tools, when the stars were all named, here was something truly magical. A rock with a mind of its own. It was an effect without a cause.
When science began, it began in the Greek colony of Miletus, 650 BC on a Thursday morning, or something like that. People started saying, look, let's look for a logical explanation for this complex world. And
now, see what he just said? He said science started in Greek and somewhere called Malaysian or whatever the hell he just said. That's absolute bullshit.
Lies.
So this is the thing, though. What you have to understand between Caucasians and melanated people, in essence. Because first of all, we were here first. And because we are the melanated people, that gives us a certain connection to everything that is, because everything else has melanin as well. So we receive and send vibrations to the universe, as well as anything. Whereas Caucasians, because they have less melanin, they don't do that as well, which leaves them less connected. So when they were created, it was up to us to teach them correctly on how to live with the universe, what they were, their connection to the world, the earth, matter, all of these things. We didn't do that because we were like, what are those? So when we ostracize them, they get moved out. They have to go to certain climates because the sun is messing up their skin. They can't deal with it. They can't deal with the heat of the this African desert, the African climate. So they have to move. They have to move on. So when they move away from us, then they're left basically desolate. They're left away from knowledge. We're the ones with the science and knowledge. So when they move away, they're completely cut off from science and knowledge now. So now they have to scrounge and figure shit out. How does this work? How does that work? Oh shit, what is that? What is this? So their way of knowing is dissecting, is to break something down. It's the scientific process, right? That's not how we work. We were connected. We understood how shit worked. We didn't need to break shit down. We wasn't like, shit, how does this work? We didn't do that. When you go back and you look up our science is telling you how this shit works. It ain't saying, there's no scientific process of how we got to the point of how it worked. We're just saying, oh, this does this does this, and we're using it. we're just letting you know, oh, this is how it works, and we've done this, we've done that, we've done this with it, right? Caucasian people aren't like that. They weren't connected and they weren't taught. So you don't. Well, they're not that they're not connected. They're less connected. Okay. You have to turn the volume up on them in order for them to be able to hear what the universe is saying. We didn't help them do that. Right? So then it was left to them to try to turn the dial and say, oh shit, well, what the fuck, is there anything on this damn station? Like, what the fuck? Can we get some frequency on this motherfucker?
Hey, Kev, let me ask you a question real quick. I I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard, I was looking at a bunch of stuff and they were talking about that that some people believe that we created Caucasians people from experiment with ourselves. Is that true? Or have you ever heard that statement?
From the what?
That we were like how you said we were scientists and stuff. So what I've heard people talk about is that
you talking about the Yakub thing?
I think that's, I don't know, maybe that's it when they said we was experimenting on ourselves and then we made them.
Yeah, that's more of the Muslim thinking. When you get into Islam and stuff like that, there was a scientist called Yakub who grafted Caucasian people, and so you can look up that science on the internet. I don't believe none of that shit is real. You know what I'm saying?
It's a question, man. As I just asked a question,
No, and ask away. I mean, that's the only way you're gonna know. I'm just talking about from my point, from what I've studied, you know what I'm saying, of what I know about science. It's just an evolution, not even an evolution, just to evolve. Just so evolve doesn't mean to get better or to grow. Evolve just means an unraveling, right? To unravel or to unfold. So anything that you see in nature where it said it's evolved into that, it was already there. It just, over time, it revealed itself. Everything that you see in the universe was already there. The frequencies and vibrations are already here. As we said before, there's nothing in the universe it's all here. You're just receiving and picking it up. So even Caucasian people, they're an unfolding. They've always, that energy has always existed. It was just an unraveling and unfolding. So, when they say, well, the creation, they were created. No, they just evolved from us, which is how everything is. Same thing in nature. You can get white lizards or pale albino lizards and albino tigers and albino bees and albino. I mean, you see this all over the place. You see it everywhere. Albino rats and albino. I mean, they're grown all over the place. Or albinism is throughout nature. It's a mutation in nature.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, especially the fact that as humans we don't kill the weak or the ones that can't survive. So that would make sense why we got more people with that.
Exactly. And then their aspect, or from their perspective, they're like, oh shit, we probably would have been killed off a long time ago if
if we were like more like our animal or the other animals.
Right. If humans were more like animals, we would have killed them off a long time ago. But that didn't happen, and so now but not that it should have happened, but we should have taught them. We teach them, just like you're supposed to teach your child how how to not to touch a stove, or you're gonna burn his hand off. Or sometimes that's probably the best way to to make them learn. Touch that hot ass stove, you're gonna burn your ass. You're gonna burn your hand off. But,
hey, one more thing. I don't want to get off track, but what was the African guy you were talking about that knew like all this stuff, and he had all them Caucasians coming there, but we really don't know nothing about him, but everybody goes to him to. I think you say he was in like
Dr. Ayibu, ain't it?
Okay.
Who?
Dr. Ayibu, isn't that his name? You ever heard of that, Kev?
No, wait. I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about. What I was talking about. What do you?
Go ahead.
I was saying I remember you was talking about there was a doctor or it was a brother from Africa that he was like telling, he like know all these secrets and stuff and all this stuff, and he was just telling everybody, but like he would tell Caucasians and all that, and people were getting like, I guess you would say other people were getting mad that he was telling the information to them or something like that. I can't remember the name. I think he said Dr. Ebru or whatever.
Credo Mutwa? Dr. Ebru? I'm trying to figure out who you're talking about. I can't remember. I don't know who that. I don't know who.
I think he's talking about Credo Muta.
Credo Muta?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Okay. The African, the old African.
I just dropped the name in the chat of the one that I was talking about. I'm not sure if it's the same guy though.
Well, who are you talking about?
Dr. Ayibu, he had he's an African, and he had a he finally had like figured out the God particle, and NASA uses him a lot. And
that's not, no, that wasn't me. I don't know. I don't know nothing about that dude.
Okay.
But I don't know if the guy you're talking about is maybe Credo Mutwa. But
I think that might be the guy.
But there's a gang of videos of him with David Icke, and he gives a whole breakdown of African history and the reptilians and all that shit. And he breaks it down. But let's get back on the magnetism, because we still got some stuff to get through, and I want to cover some crypto today.
Lodestones were part of this curious complexity.
Lodestone is an iron ore, a natural magnet. The Greeks found deposits of it in the province of Magnesia, and that's how magnets got their name. Hippocrates, while he was busy inventing medicine, thought a thing as curious as lodestone.
You see this bullshit? How he was busy inventing medicine. Okay, that wasn't excuse me. That wasn't Ptah and all the rest of the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, I learned with their stuff, you have to disregard when they start talking about who invented it. You have to disregard everything they say.
Everything they say every time you hear they created a Greek created this shit. Absolutely.
As you and Zoe would say, this is nothing more than a distraction.
Right. And where you get the staff, the medical staff is the staff of Tahuti, who they call Hermes. So all of that, again, medicine was obviously created in Kemet.
Right.
Must be good for something, so he claimed it had healing powers. By the Middle Ages, lodestone was believed to increase elegance and charm and restore marital harmony. People believed it cured everything from heart disease to gout. Mariners told tales of ships sunk when lodestone mountains pulled all the nails from their hulls. By 1269, Petrus Peregrinus began to explain the magic. Ta-da! He reported that all lodestone, if allowed to rotate freely, pointed in the same direction.
This rock has some very, very special properties. It does turn, that's true.
Peregrinus also demonstrated that the rock could transfer its magnetic power to an ordinary iron needle.
You could hang it up on the deck. Sailors were going to sail north.
Travelers no longer had to depend on the sun and stars to guide them. Magnetize a piece of iron, float it or mount it on a pivot, and you have a compass. Ready to guide a Sunday sailor around the bay or Columbus to the New World.
The stone disclosed to Flavio its secret love for the pole, but he disclosed it to the sailor.
In 1600, William Gilbert's revolutionary treatise on the magnet disclosed that pounding hot iron induces magnetism in the metal. He also reported that a magnetized needle, when floated in water, not only pointed north, but also slanted down, towards the Earth. The needle seemed to be reaching for something. For Gilbert, this meant the Earth had a magnetic soul. He was right. The Earth itself is a giant magnet. Researchers today believe that magnetism comes from currents in the liquid metals in the Earth's core, but there are still as many questions as answers.
Now, comes from liquid metals in the Earth's core. Does anybody know the definition of alkaline? First of all, do you know what alkaline is? Alkaline and acid? Anybody know what that is?
Alkaline was a base.
Right. These are base. These are base. Alkaline and acidic. So you have the chemical. You have the pH scale. They're pH. They are both pH, which pH stands for potential hydrogen. Right. So the pH scale is from 0 to 14. Right. So the middle 7 is neutral. Right. So then anything above 7 is considered alkaline. So what's the definition of alkaline? The scientific definition of alkaline is the number of dissolved chemicals in a solution to create conductivity, right? So now, based off of what she just said, the whole world is alkaline. The earth is alkaline. But she just said liquid metals. This is a flow of liquid metal, same thing. So when you drink alkaline water has sodium, magnesium, potassium, all these different metals in it to help your conductivity. That's what you're drinking when you drink alkaline water or anything alkaline. It has these different metals to increase the conductivity in your body. When you have a battery, an alkaline battery, you go to the store, you buy alkaline batteries because it's full of conductivity. It's full of energy. When your car battery is new, alkaline battery, when it dies, it has all that acid around the post. That means it's dying off. And so when acid means death, alkaline means life or conductivity. So you want to extrapolate it to the base thing in life. Is it conducting energy? Is it stealing energy? That's the base thing of life. Does something conduct energy or does something steal energy? Take away energy. And if you know, and that's the way you can understand if something is positive and that's positive or negative.
So with the alkaline water being that it has basically liquid versions of metal in it, or liquid metal, that coincides with the liquid copper inside of us.
Right. Well, there you go. Liquid copper. We got liquid copper flowing on top of us and within us.
We do know that magnets come in all sizes, as large as a world, as small as an atom.
Today we know that the origins of all magnetism are in the atom. And it comes from the way the world works. The way the world works is the atom consists of electrical charges. They have names, the electron and the nucleus. That's essentially the two parts of the atom. And the nucleus is tiny little small things that are floating in the middle of a giant volume in which electrons whiz around. Now, if you have an electric charge that's moving, you create a magnetic field. But if these magnets are misaligned, so that here's a North Pole and a South Pole, and there's a North Pole and a South Pole, and they're all every which way, then the net effect is zero magnetism, and that's what most substances are. They have no magnetism.
But in some metals like iron, clumps of atoms line up and point their poles in the same direction. These clumps are called domains.
And suddenly you have an accumulation of all North Poles on one side, all South Poles on the other side, and you have a bar magnet.
What does that sound like? Or what did that look like? That. What does that look like?
It looks like a Pokeball.
A Pokemon joint.
Well, the analogy of what
I'm just playing.
The analogy of what he was using. I'll go back just a couple more. So
the net of.
But in some metals like iron,
let me go back.
Every which way, then pole and a South Pole, and there's a North Pole and a South Pole, and they're all every which way, then the net effect is zero magnetism, and that's what most substances are. They have no magnetism.
But in some metals like iron, clumps of atoms line up and point their poles in the same direction. These clumps are called domains.
And suddenly you have an accumulation of all North Poles on one side, all South Poles on the other side, and you have a bar magnet.
So what did it look like? What analogy did you draw from that? Or could you draw an analogy from that?
I couldn't myself.
At one point, These were all there. He said you got a North Pole, and South Pole, and North Pole, and South Pole, and they're all going in different directions. You have what? He just said it twice.
The yin and yang?
No, he said if you have your North Pole and you have one North Pole going this way, North Pole and South Pole going that way, and North Pole going this way, and they're all going in different directions, you produce what? No magnetism. You hear him say that? He said if all these different points and all the different poles are going in different directions, then you have no magnetism. What happens here is at some points in different metals, all the different poles align the same way at the tips, right? So let's go back over that one more time. It's very important.
That's what most magnets in the magnetic field. But if these magnets are misaligned, so that here's a North Pole and a South Pole, and there's a North Pole and a South Pole, and they're all every which way, then the net effect is zero magnetism, and that's what makes no magnetism.
But in some metals like iron,
Mute your phone. So you got something to say.
groups of atoms line up and point their poles in the same direction. These clumps are called domains.
And suddenly you have an...
So what did that just look like? We just looked at analogy 3 times. Said at some point, when you have your atoms and the poles are all going in different directions, you have what?
Zero magnetism.
Zero magnetism. All the points start to flow in the same direction. You create what?
Magnetism.
Right, but what is so? Extrapolate that to what analogy can you get from that?
If we were to unify and be on the same page of thought, we could actually have a great deal of force.
Everyone's mind is scattered in 50 million different directions, which creates no magnetism, especially with melanated people. We're all over the goddamn place. Oh, nigga, Jordan is on this. Oh, nigga, Magic is on this. Oh, nigga, this is trap. The trap music is on this. Oh, nigga, you hear? What's the new motherfucker? What's that new rapper? Free? No, what's his name? I don't even know these new rappers' names today. What's that motherfucker from down south?
No need to know.
Future, yeah.
So, but you hear about with Future on all of this different shit. Each one of these, if they were to represent a melanated person as they were, that's us.
Right.
That's us now.
I got you. So we have all the damn power, but we're just not aligned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They understand that, which is why they got to keep confusing you and distracting you. Because if you were ever to do this, you become a giant magnet.
Yeah. That's
the purpose. That's the purpose of those people to keep us from being on the same page of all of the
keep us all discombobulated
out there. Exactly. That's the purpose for that. Because they don't want you to be on the same page. Because if 5 or 6 of them idiot dudes found out something and started talking about it or rapping about it or whatever the case may be, they just disappear. Their career be over.
That's true. But you see, it said alignment. So we call it alignment, we call it organization. You know what I'm saying? Any one of those things. But we're not that. You know.
I thought the analogy that you wanted us to pull from was back with Yoda, because I was thinking, yeah, that kind of reminds me of if you watched Star Wars Rebel, when you had the young kid and the dude that ended up being blind before it ended. At the temple, both of them had to be in the same alignment and use the force to open up the temple.
Oh, see, I didn't see that. I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm fucking up, giving spoilers.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for fucking that up for me. But no, no. So again, we're all magnets, electromagnets, right? But we're disaggregate. All of our poles are going in 50 million different directions, right? You know, this is us. If we were able just to do that, the game would change immediately. This sort of happened with Black Lives Matter. Right. This is why Black Lives Matter gained some traction, some polls.
Okay, that's also kind of what happened with the original Million Man March.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Because they were shitting gold, fuchsia, and platinum bricks.
There you go. That's exactly what happened with the Million Man March.
You could think about the Black Panther movement.
There you go. That's actually the analogy I was about to use before when I first started explaining all this. I was about to say, when you get this happening, you get the Black Panthers. And the Black Panthers became so strong where they were able to feed 10,000 people a day.
Yeah, you can even think about how the Bloods and Crips were actually made. They were supposed to protect the hood or protect their community. And then next you know, look at them now.
Wait, say that again?
The Bloods and the Crips. I was saying they were supposed to, if you, it's a documentary talk about that bastards of the party, and they'll talk about how they came out of like all these street gangs back in the day trying to protect the, you know, all these hoods and whatnot. And now look at them. They're not protected. They're over here, you know, taking advantage.
Yeah, because the two most prevalent were Blood and Crip, and they kind of came out of Black Panther, out of the Black Panther movement.
Right.
It fell.
The conscious revolutionaries in progress, and then Blood, just, you know, we're all family. So they were still trying to carry on with the Black Panthers they'd done, but then they brought out those black exploitation movies, and then gave another focus to brothers. No, you don't want to be that. Don't you want to be rolling around in a Cadillac on white walls with, you know what I'm saying, with platform shoes and the mink coats and all? Don't y'all want that shit? Y'all don't want to be together. Together, y'all got nothing. This nigga, look at him right here. This nigga's pimping. He got bitches. He got drugs. He got guns. He got cars.
I like those movies. I guess I've always liked those movies. I never took it seriously like that, but I mean, I always liked the movies.
At the same time, all of those organizations were also infiltrated and destroyed from the inside out.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, yes, the black exploitation movies, yeah, all that played a part in it. But even Bloods, Crips, Black Panthers, all of those, anything that will unify you in any kind of way, they still used us to infiltrate. You know what I'm saying? They grabbed a weak nigga to go in there, infiltrate, and destroy something that could have been great.
Yeah, right. It goes to what Kevin says. You know, they can't kill you, so they use a dragon can only kill a dragon, or a phoenix can only kill a dragon.
Yeah, they know they can't. You are God. They can't kill you off. That's what they found out. Shit, we can't kill them off. Like Melanin will never die. So we gotta do other shit. We gotta subdue them. You gotta trick them. We gotta keep them down. You know what I'm saying, in a certain way. But they can never kill us off. Is what they found out. That's what.
So it goes back to the Warriors analogy I did a couple of classes ago.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's get back on.
Yep.
These clumps are called domains.
And suddenly you have an accumulation of all north poles on one side, all south poles on the other side, and you have a bar magnet.
A little bit more. Oh, look at that. You can put a little bit more. And then
sprinkle iron filings over a bar magnet and you can see magnetism.
What's happening is he drops them.
The magnetic field is not uniform. It has invisible magnetic lines looping out of the top and bottom of the magnet.
Look at those beautiful magnetic lines, of course.
The Earth is a little large, but if you could surround it with iron dust, you'd see the same loops of magnetic force. Like all magnets, the Earth's field lines converge at its magnetic poles. It is this field that protects us from cosmic radiation.
The sun, being a big, powerful star, is constantly ejecting a rather powerful stream of charged particles that fly through space. And were they to hit the planet Earth, the radiation that they caused could damage us, could give us skin cancer, cataracts.
Caucasian people. Not melanated people.
Right.
The Earth's magnetic field channels those charged particles and acts as a barrier to prevent them from striking the atmosphere. However, the Earth's field dives in to the atmosphere at the North Pole and the South Pole. When those charged particles hit the atmosphere, they ionize it. They make a weak plasma like we see here.
Plasma, a superheated gas in which electrons are stripped from their nuclei.
And it's those sheets of plasma that you see, that rippling, beautiful light that we call the northern lights.
These curtains of light lived in the legends of the people of the North. The Inuit in Alaska thought the aurora borealis signified celestial battles. 16th century Germans believed the sky was on fire. To the Chukchi people of Siberia, the souls of their dead lived on in the light. Even today, the northern lights have the power to capture the human imagination. The magnetic forces that shape the glow in the sky can also be used to push products. Far to the south, in the heat of California's Death Valley, the history of the Earth's magnetic field is locked in layers of rock. When rock forms, some of its magnetic particles line up with the planetary magnetic field. By cutting samples from the different layers of stone, researchers can show the Earth has had the same magnetic alignment for 700,000 years. But hit a layer lower than that, and the rocks reveal that there have been times when compass needles would not have pointed north.
One of the strangest things in geomagnetism is the magnetic reversal. The idea that the entire planetary magnetic field can come discoupled from the rotational axis. So instead of pointing north, magnetic field might be pointing east for a while, and then reestablish itself, and your compass needle will point south.
So that's actually happening, or it's already happened. It's called, they were calling, the Earth was moving towards something called steady state magnetics. So there's a documentary that you all want to look at called Awakening to Zero Point. Write that down. It's called, you can find it on YouTube. It's made by a guy named Greg Braden, called Awakening to Zero Point. And so he was a geologist for most of his life, and then he became a spiritualist. And so he was able to couple the two together and see how the Earth works and put it in spiritual terms. And he talked about how the Earth's magnetic field was changing, how the Earth was slow, the spin of the Earth started to slow down, and it was going to start to go back the other way. All the ancient tribes and everything knew about this. This is why the Mayan calendar ended. You know, it all coupled with the planetary alignment, the galactic alignment that just happened in like 2012. So that was supposed to be when the Earth starts to move and change its vibration. And it's, well, basically when it spins in a different direction, then that's when the poles change. So this is going on right now. They're going to say it's happening, but it's not going to happen for another couple thousand years. But no, this shit is already happening right now.
Death Valley is an ideal place to learn about magnetic reversals.
There's an active fault zone that runs through the bottom of Death Valley here. It has taken these lake beds, turned them on end, thrust them up, and then the streams have dissected down through them, so we have almost 100% exposure. One of the few places where we can go and say, right, the magnetic fields started in a normally magnetized state here, and 3 or 4 meters up there, it's in a discretely reversed state. And yet what we're recording is the history of the Earth's field. Each little bed, when it is formed, preserved precisely the magnetic field at the time.
Core samples are analyzed in a magnetometer to determine the strength and direction of the magnetic field. Researchers can use that information to plot a geomagnetic map that tells the history of the Earth's field reversals. Far from Death Valley, there are other reliable places to study geomagnetism. Volcanoes. Molten magma erupting from the Earth's inner chambers is rich in iron. When it cools, it locks in clues not just about the Earth's magnetic field, but also about how the continents were formed.
Look at that. What is that?
Melanin.
Yep. That is fire melanin flowing all over the place.
Liquid hot magma.
If I have a liquid magma that comes up and then gets in place, solidifies, and then cools, those grains become magnetic. But the important thing is, as they become magnetic, they lock in their magnetic direction parallel to the Earth's field at the time.
Beneath the surface of the ocean, cooling lava locks in magnetic information as it creates new seafloor. Over millions of years, a stripe pattern forms, creating a timeline of the Earth's field reversals. These patterns tell geologists that as new stripes form, the continents are pushed apart. This observation led to a major breakthrough in understanding the way the Earth works, the theory of plate tectonics.
There's no parallel in the history of science where one set of observations made such a key change in the entire field. Turn everything. Perhaps the only one that's comparable, say, is the Darwinian revolution in biology, which still has its ramifications. But the plate tectonic revolution was a similar thing in geology, and that was driven by magnetism.
Whether on the sea floor or in Death Valley, magnetic stripes also hold clues about when the Earth's field might reverse again. Studies indicate we are in a period when the magnetic field is declining fast, 15% since the year 1670. If the present trend continues, the Earth could lose its entire magnetic field in about 2,000 years. Compasses would be useless, the northern lights would vanish, and our globe would be exposed to cosmic radiation.
Now that won't happen because the spin of the Earth, there's two spins of the Earth that creates the magnetic field of the Earth. You got the outer spin of the Earth, but then the Earth also has an iron core that also spins, and that creates an internal magnetic field. So most of the magnetic field of the Earth actually comes from internally, from the spin of the iron core inside the Earth. So whatever they're saying, like the Earth's that won't happen. Like, but the external, it's getting weaker. The spin of the Earth is making the Earth's magnetic field seem weaker because the spin is slowing down and getting ready to stop and then spin a different way. They call this in ancient times. They called this the day the Earth stood still. So back in the day, ancient times, the sun used to rise in the west and set in the east. This is the reason it rises in the east now and sets in the west is because of the spin of the Earth. But if you go around the other way, then the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. And this is when you have the time of Atlantis and all those different places. This is why this landmass was considered. There's ancient civilizations called Lemuria and Atlantis and all these different places where these are super advanced civilizations that live in this landmass. And so
that's why. So is that why that movie was named that?
What?
The day the Earth stood still.
Exactly. I was thinking about that when you said that.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure they went back and did their history and did the time, but that was that's a time where in history where all the tribes they document a day where the sun stayed in the sky for like 24 hours or something like that. And so when the Earth stopped, the sun was supposed to stay in the sky for like a long time because the spin stopped, and then it goes around the other way, and then the Earth rises in the west and sets in the east, and that's about to happen. So they've been talking about this. The ancients or the tribes been talking about this forever. That's why the Mayan calendar ended in 2012.
Is it gonna happen in our lifetime or our children's lifetime or
no? Well, no. But you feel the effects of the slowing of the magnetic field, which is why shit is all crazy right now. So it's gonna get worse, and then it'll spin up and it'll get better. But yeah, we won't see it now. But we are seeing major effects of the slowing down of the magnetic state, which usually means when that is happening, things are changing. It's time. It's time for the change. And so this is why we need to we need to elevate our consciousness again, because we don't want to be the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet when the change happens. Just gonna watch a little bit more of this, then we can get into another video.
But no one can be sure if this will happen. The magnetic field could also reverse its trend and begin gaining strength, keeping intact the magnetic world we've come to depend on. If you look at our fellow inhabitants on Earth, they seem to know where they're going. But how do they know? Biomagnetism may be the answer.
Well, there's been speculation for a long time about the Earth's magnetic field providing a cue that could be used by organisms, especially after humans were able to use the magnetic compass as a navigational aid. People speculated, well, the Earth's magnetic field could also provide a cue to other organisms in navigating their way through the world.
The mystery of how animals can navigate is a big problem in sensory biology. How does an animal know to do that?
It's not a mystery. In the Melanin book, it states that the neuromelanin in the brain is how you determine magnetic north from magnetic south, and that humans, us, melanated people, used to be able to do that. That's how you find magnetic north and south is the neuromelanin in the brain. All animals have this and know how to use this. We have forgotten. So I want you guys to go back and look at that video when in the God class playlist. But there's some other stuff that we needed to get to. So I wanted to show you, so the reason we're going over all of this stuff, the melanin and what they know about our melanin is, again, there's the ancient saying, know yourself and know your enemy. So we're gonna watch, this is Sun Tzu. This is a little documentary on Sun Tzu. Wait a minute, actually, let me find that. And so just understand that when you see this philosophy, this is the philosophy that's working against you. Okay, just know that. They use this philosophy in every battle or whenever they're getting ready to, what they perceive as war, whenever they're getting ready to go into what they perceive as a war or battle, they use these strategies constantly. And don't get it twisted. They think of you as the enemy to be war against because they're dying out. Remember, this is an existential crisis. Their existence is at stake. So how do we stave off the elimination of our existence? Oh shit, melanin. Damn, well, these motherfuckers are filled with it. Okay, so basically, if we don't do something against that, then they'll wipe us all out. So how do we do that? We have to study their melanin and break them down. But I want you to understand this philosophy and commit it to your mind, and also study Sun Tzu.
In the age of bloody civil war, 2,500 years ago, a Chinese military commander, strategist and philosopher emerged. His name, Sun Tzu. After successfully defending the state of Wu against its neighbor Chu to the west, a book formerly known as Master Sun's Military Methods was born, which has later become known as The Art of War.
So, Wu-Tang.
Ain't nothing to fuck with.
But you see that where Wu comes from, right?
Yeah.
So Wu-Tang is really Wu Shang.
Ah, okay.
It's Wu Shang, and that's the again, these are provinces when they would come together. So you have Wu Shang was a certain dynasty. Then there's a fighting style, the major martial art in China is called what?
Wu Chang.
Huh?
I think it's Wu Chang, isn't it, or Wing Chun?
No, you're talking about Wing Chun. That's a style.
Okay.
That's a certain style. But first of all, what do they call the Chinese fighting style universally?
Kung Fu.
Right, Kung Fu.
Kung Fu.
Kung Fu is not a fighting style though. Kung Fu means learn skill. So you can have Kung Fu in cooking. You can have Kung Fu in motherfucking driving. Kung Fu only means what is your learned skill, right? So, but the fight when they teach you Kung Fu, supposedly because it extrapolated or it moved on to cover fighting because of the military. So what is your fighting skill if you were in the military? So their fighting skill in Kung Fu, their main fighting skill would be called Wushu. Right? Has anybody ever heard of Wushu?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And then you just seen what happens. So in this, let's go back again.
Of Wu, his name, Sun Tzu. After successfully defending the state of Wu against its neighbor Chu to the west, a book formerly known as Master Sun's Military Methods was born.
What did you just hear him say? He defended Wu
from Chu.
Wu Shu. Wu Shu. when they fought, and after the battle, they became one. It became the fighting style became Wushu.
Ah.
To mimic these two great armies.
Later become known as the Art of War. The Art of War is the most influential treatise on war ever written, consisting of 13 chapters, each of which is devoted to one aspect of warfare. It has shaped the way in which conflicts have been fought for thousands of years, from the Japanese samurai to the Napoleonic War. Not only has the book influenced military commanders and generals all over the world, it has had resounding effects on politics, sports, and business to this day. The art of war is of vital importance to the state. It's a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence, it's a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. Sun Tzu has a holistic philosophy. If you follow correctly and study thoroughly, you will be victorious. Sun Tzu says, avoid what is strong and strike at what is weak. Sun Tzu is a strong believer that winning the war with as little unnecessary combat as possible is the key to true victory.
Avoid what is strong, strike at what is weak. Avoid battles whenever possible. You understand? This science is working against you. They're trying to find what your weakness is, which is why they're studying your melanin. Let's get back into it. Fuck that.
Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting, and the key to doing so is to know your enemy well. If your opponent is arrogant, pretend to be weak, so he will underestimate you. If he was relaxing, attack and give him no rest. If his forces are united, separate them. Sun Tzu is essentially saying that if you know your opponent's weaknesses and how to exploit them, you will never lose.
So at dawn, the hopeless Athenians do the unthinkable. They attack. They attack the weary Persians as they disembark their ships on shaky legs after a month at sea. They attack before they can establish their war camp and supply their soldiers.
Sun Tzu says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. During the mid-1960s, a war took place between the North Vietnamese communists and the United States of America.
That philosophy needs to be understood throughout your bones. If you know yourself and know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. They have taken this to heart completely. Just know that.
Instead of confronting the Americans head-on, the Viet Cong had a different idea in mind. They used unconventional guerrilla warfare tactics, which included hit-and-run strategies. This proved very effective against the much larger military of the Americans. It's more important to outthink your enemy than to outfight him. The Viet Cong forces were inferior to the Americans in both man and firepower, so guerrilla warfare tactics allowed them to inflict significant damage while keeping their casualties to a minimum. They also had unparalleled knowledge of the terrain. This included a vast network of underground tunnels, allowing them to evade carpet bombing and escape the enemy. The terrain was also laced with various booby traps and landmines. Even though the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese were heavily out-armed by the American superpower, they were still able to defeat them as they truly understood Sun Tzu's philosophy. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when we are able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must appear inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. This philosophy...
Always remember that philosophy. All warfare is based on deception. Again, all warfare is based on deception. Meaning their whole goal is to trick you, is to make you believe what is not true.
Be seen in the World War II invasion of Normandy, known as D-Day. The British created several fictional units of troops stationed in Scotland who were ready to invade Europe through its northern regions, in particular Scandinavia. They then used several misinformation techniques to persuade Hitler that 350,000 of these troops were primed to attack. Radio chatter in Scotland lit up with talks of these troops preparing for an overseas assault, and many of these transmissions were made easily interceptable. Allied spies who had been able to infiltrate the Germans reported these developments as well, reinforcing their legitimacy. These spies also took photographs of planes and tanks posed for invasion, but these were actually blow-up models in most cases. All this caused dozens of German divisions to go up to bogus locations and wait for an imaginary army to show up, whilst important battles were fought elsewhere. This method of dividing enemy forces was also employed to a greater extent on D-Day itself. Soviet forces kept around 1 million of the German forces busy on the Eastern Front, whilst the Allied invasion occurred on the Western Front. This tactic of dividing the enemy is one of Sun Tzu's key philosophies and allowed the Allies to achieve victory and eventually win the war.
Divide and conquer. That's the whole game. Deception, divide and conquer, know your enemy, and know yourself. All of these things are being employed against you.
I'll be damned. So that comic book that I got so many years ago, she was basically based off of goddamn Sun Tzu. Because there's a saying in the comic book, if you want to fight the tiger, you don't go up to the mountains to fight the tiger. You bring the tiger down to the valley.
Exactly. Exactly. In warfare, you make your opponent do what you want to do. You don't ever do what you want to do. And so
okay.
That's why, again, the Americans lost Vietnam. They was getting their asses kicked by Vietnam using the Sun Tzu strategy. As he was just saying, there's a documentary. I think I have the full one in here if you guys wanted to watch it. Just go in here and check. I think it's one that's a couple hours long. It was made by the History Channel. And so they go in the whole thing, and so as they're going through Sun Tzu and how he battled, how he battled Chu, they're cut back to how Americans or how different armies in the world use that same philosophy in the battles. And so they're showing how America was defeated by it. Where first of all they show how America used some of the strategy in World War II. Then they showed how they got away from the strategy, or they actually couldn't use the strategy because they were actually they invaded someone else's land. And so the Vietnam and Viet Cong, they were able to use that strategy like crazy because we're fighting on our land. We know ourselves. We know our land better than you. So they got defeated. And ever since that, they've used that in everything they've done since they got defeated in Vietnam. That's been the strategy now.
So, hey, Cap. So I remember I was reading one story about Sun Tzu where I guess it was
who is this? Will done showed his ass up in the class. Get the fuck out of here. What's up?
It's nice to see you too, Cap.
What up, man? What's the question? What up, Nick? No, what's the question?
Anyway, but I was reading somewhere where Sun Tzu, I guess, there was a big force that was coming against the city that he was defending, like a force that was many times larger than his. And so he basically, like, we were talking about the whole idea of Kita, one Kita war is deception.
Right.
He basically told the armies, look, get inside your houses, shut the doors, look like ain't nobody here. So then the whole force stormed inside the city. They saw what looked like it was completely empty, and all they saw was Sun Tzu just sitting playing the flute. And they're like, and they knew who he was, but they knew nothing else about the situation they were in. They didn't know that they were winning, that they were going to win had they gone forward, but they were effectively deceived, so they basically surrendered.
I don't even know that. I don't even know that story. That's dope. That sounds like a dope ass story. I don't even know that story.
Yeah, it's like, hey, shut your doors, go inside your houses, don't say a word.
That's hilarious. Damn, that's funny. But so again, I just wanted to show you that quick one to impress upon you the fact that of why they're studying you. Again, they've been doing this since 1904. This melanin study started in 1904. That's 114 years ago. If you give somebody 114 years head start to study you before you even start to know that they were doing it, luckily for us though, melanin is such a gangster. Again, right, as I showed you, melanin, it can't be melted down. It's insoluble. So they can't really figure it out because they can't break it down. Out of 114 years, they've only found out very little of what melanin can do, like a minuscule piece. What were you about to say?
Yeah, well, here's what really cooks your noodle. As far as we know, it's been documented that they've been researching this for 114 years. They've probably been researching this before then. They just started putting it on paper in 1904.
Well, no, what they were doing before, they knew melanin was powerful, which is why they knew melanin was powerful, so they would create, let me see if I can find, they were grinding up mummies and stuff back then. So let me see if I can, so let me see if I can find that picture. So they knew melanin was important, and they knew they didn't have it. So they were like, oh, they got over to Kemet, and they were like, oh my God. Like, and they started digging up the mummies, and they saw the mummies had all this melanin in their body, right? So
15, the Yamasee uprising. Throughout the 7th.
Let's see. What's it called? Mummy powder? Now watch this. Now this lets you know what they're on when we're able to see this. We're able to get to it. Damn computer started working. Come on, boy. See, mummy dust?
Mm-hmm.
If the damn computer ever loads, all right, let me see the image. So, let me see, where was it? So, see this? Round cure-all mummy. See the pyramid right there?
I see.
This is what they've been doing. This is what they've been doing with you forever. So
yeah, but look at the background though. Behind us.
Yeah, the mummy. Yeah, the mummy.
You see the mummy?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I didn't even see that shit.
I just saw that. Like, holy shit!
I didn't even see the damn mummies in the bottle, yo. Damn,
I looked at the bottom. I was like, "Is that a cocoon?" And then I looked at the oh shit!
Oh my God, that's
not
fucking
mummy,
funny.
but mummies.
Mummies. There's all kind of mummies in the look though. Look at the fucking faces. Look at the eyes. All work. First of all, it's funny because the mummies aren't melanated though. They're Caucasians.
Right.
All the mummies in there are Caucasian. So they want you to believe that Egypt is still white, but they done ground up the powder. Oh my God. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Decomposed mummy powder. See that? They've been grinding your ass up for a long ass time trying to get that melanin within their body. So again, just understand what's been going on. So let's get back to so conductivity. So this all falls into the power of your melanin. While we're going over all this, they're studying you. They're studying you at at such a super close focused rate. But again, it's balancing out because the melanin won't allow them to break it down. The melanin's like, you can't break me down, homie. Like you can break me down and figure out how I was composed, but you can't break me down and figure out what I can do. Yeah, that's a spiritual thing. Right. That's a spiritual
comprehension, yeah.
Which is why in this Melanin book, let me see if I can. There's a part in this Melanin book. I was telling you guys about this. I think last week, but let's see if I can show you right here. You know, see that? It says independent, oh, maybe it's turned around in the, that says independent melanin research. That means they've been studying, they've been looking because they don't have the melanin in their bodies. They've been looking for us to see what people who have the melanin and who are on the melanin science to see what we say about ourselves and the melanin and what it can do. They're like, oh shit, well we can't. Remember, there's two experiments, in vitro and in vivo. In vitro means inside the test tube. This is when they create synthetic melanin from different things like mushrooms and stuff like that. And they can test it. They can do all the things to it and see what properties it has. Then there's in vivo. In vivo means inside of a living organism. There's only so many living organisms that they can study and figure out shit because animals don't speak. They don't speak English to tell you how the melanin is being conducted and processed in the body. So there's only so much they can learn from an animal with melanin. So then they have to say, okay, how is this melanin being produced in man? The only people who are studying this type of stuff, the melanin power, would be us because that science comes back up within us on a constant basis. We understand that we are gods. So when that science comes back up within us, we try to, we're conducting. Oh yeah, we were gods. Our melanin flowed like this. Dr. Richard King breaking it down to us, creating the, melanin, the key to freedom. Saying everything that's in this damn book right here. That everything that's in this. Well, he didn't. Well, the book is smaller, so he's not breaking down all the stuff that's in there. But for the main part of what your melanin can do, and how he equates it back to Kemet, you definitely need to get that book because he shows you how the Kemetans were using the melanin, but he also shows you scientifically because he was also a doctor and scientist. The breakdown, the chemical breakdown of melanin. But in here they don't have it, so they're looking up what we're saying about it. And in this, they have a brother in this section. They have a brother. I think I told you guys about this. A brother he has an Egyptian website, and he's talking about how the melanin breaks down. and he's like, yeah, melanin can do this, and boom, boom, and they're just sitting up there looking at it like. They sit up there looking at us like, do you see these niggas? Right. They like, these niggas know that they can do it, but they can't scientifically prove it.
Yeah, and the fucked up
we
thing
know
about
we can do that stuff. What'd you say?
And the fucked up thing about that is the whole thing is starting slowly but surely to come back around because if you look at ebonics and other little things like that, that just shows how we just on a minuscule level kind of tap back into that energy.
Right. So let me see if I can read something.
The magnetic force is starting to spin the other direction.
What'd you say?
I said the magnetic force is starting to spin the other direction, or it's slowing down.
So this is some major this is independent melanin research from different doctors. This is from a different scientist who they put in their research. They studied this. They found this motherfucker and broke him down, right? So this is funny. Melanin is abundantly present at the inception of life. A melanin sheath covers both the sperm and the egg in the human embryo. The and the melanocytes in this, or the melanocytes. The brain and the nerve cell, the brain and the nerve cells all originate from the same place, the neural crest. Melanocytes resemble nerve cells and are essential for conveying energy. When the presence of melanin is missing or insufficient in the ectoderm, that's the skin, outer skin, this causes the mother to lose her baby. This causes the mother to lose her baby. In the case of all whites, a defective baby is produced. Dr. Frank Barr, pioneering discovery of melanins, Dr. Frank Barr, pioneering discoverer of melanins, organizing ability, and other properties, opens his technical work. Melanin, the organizing molecule. This is what this dude has written. Melanin, the organizing molecule. The hypothesis is advanced that neuromelanin, in conjunction with other pigment molecules, such as in isopentatoids, such as isopentatoids, functions as the major organizational molecule in living systems. Melanin is depicted as an organizational trigger, capable of using established properties such as photon or electron or photon conversions, free radical mechanisms, ion exchange mechanisms, and semiconductive switching capabilities to direct energy to strategic molecular systems and sensitive hierarchies of protein enzyme cascades. Melanin is held capable of regulating a wide range of molecular interactions and metabolic processes. So, nigga, your melanin, again, this is an independent study. This dude is not even in the Federation of Pigment Cell Societies. Remember, those are government-sponsored scientists, right? This dude is just an independent dude who's just an independent scientist who was doing it, and they found his study and was like, look, we got to throw this in here. This nigga's on some shit. Like, we got to throw this dude up in here. So, again, that's in this book. And it's a whole lot of it, too. It's like they highlighted his whole research, everything that he found. So I suggest you guys go look up that. So, again, let's get into this before we get into the crypto part of it. So interstellar melanins, the reason why we started with the dark matter and dark energy is because there's a part in this book. Let's see if I can do this. Man, where is it? So there's a shit. So which side? This is 18. So watch this. Now I was trying to tell you guys about this last week and I couldn't find it. I found it. So are you kidding me? Hold on. Let me just go through the there it is. All right. No, that's not it. Hold on. All right. Oh, there it is. All right, right there. All right, here it goes. So now, interspace is, excuse me, interspace is black. This is what they call dark matter. Interspace is black, right? Eumelanin, pheomelanins, allomelanins are, you know, different. Allomelanins are, they're like different shades. They're like different shades of melanin within the different plant structures. So now let's see this right here. Black is everywhere. All right. Black is everywhere on Earth and in interstellar spaces. The black material is inorganic or organic. Black shows electrical activity or property. Black is generally in the amorphous state, no form, but beautiful black crystals are formed from the semiconductor cadmium selenide. The superconductor perovskite, and the black salt, whatever that shit is right there, right? So now it gives examples of inorganic melanins or blacks, right? Minerals, salts. Remember I told you they call melanin salt? They call salt melanins?
Mm-hmm.
Here's right here, mineral salt. That would be what we're talking about, pink Himalayan salt, stuff like that. That salt is melanin salt. They washed all the damn chemicals, the nutrients off the salt and give it to you, creating sodium chloride, which is poison to your body. They wash all the melanin, they take all the melanin out.
The iodine salt.
Right. Well, exactly. Well, yeah, it has iodine in it, but it has also like 80-something more trace minerals and inside of it that helps your body. So, oxides, sulfides, coal, melanin, and what else is that? Can y'all see that? Y'all can see that.
Oil.
Yes, oil. Oil that they're mining from the ground is melanin. They call it that scientifically. Oil is melanin.
Yeah, guano.
Right. So now, what does the oil from the ground do?
Fuel.
But what else?
Powers everything.
Powers every goddamn thing. It powers everything. Not only just powers, you get plastics, you get everything from the fucking oil in the ground. Remember the carbon bond. Remember we went over carbon last week. Carbon can create all these different chains and links to bond and make all kind of shit. All you need to do is just have the ability to create the carbon chain links. So carbon, the oil, which is melanin in the ground, as we just went over, because melanin can stay in a fossil or a bone for over 150 million years. So what is fuel called? Fossil fuels.
Shit. Now that shit on Defenders makes so much motherfucking sense now. With the dragon bones, the fossils of the dragons.
Yep.
That's what the hand was using. They would grind that shit up, and that's what they put. That's how they brought Electra back to life. Oh my God.
Again, now you're starting to see oil powers everything. Oil has so much potential energy within it. It's crazy. It can do anything. Now, literally, just equate that to your melanin. That's earth melanin. Dude, you walking around with conscious melanin. Walking all over your body, that same shit.
Yeah.
The same exact shit that powers everything in the world. You're walking around.
They have to keep the north, south, east, west poles all distracted, because if they all point in one direction, it's over for everybody.
It's over for everybody. You're starting to understand. Meteorites, volcanic stone. What we just showed. Volcanic stone is melanin. All of that's coming up from the ground. So one thing they're not understanding, though, is they're using up all of the fossil fuels in the earth, right? How is that produced? How is the fossil fuel produced? Anybody know?
Isn't it just thousands and thousands of years of decaying matter, organic matter?
yes, or decaying, not matter. Human, like animals, physical life matter.
Right.
Not, like plants and trees and stuff like that, but life matter, things that actually have bones, because the melanin stays within the bone. And so they extract, that's what bone marrow is. See, marrow is the same word as moro. Moro is darkness, the blackness of the bone.
Damn, dog.
Marrow just means dark. This is a word that means dark. So the blackness or the melanin inside the bone, that melanin, that marrow stays in there for hundreds of millions of years. And so then that's when it produces, the ground compresses it, and then it creates the liquid melanin, which really powers the earth. All of that liquid melanin really powers the earth, right? So they're taking all of it out. They're literally snatching all of the damn fuel of the earth, the liquid, the blood, literally the blood of the earth. They're snatching it. What's going to happen for that to replenish that?
You gotta have dead bodies.
You gotta have dead bodies. The earth is gonna wipe out all these motherfuckers, nigga, everybody, to replenish the shit that's going on. Because everybody's culpable. If you drive a car, if you use plastic, if you do anything, your ass is involved. The earth is be like, oh nigga, how much plastic did you use that year, nigga? Word? All right, then you in here too, nigga. When the earth get ready to wipe out shit, just make sure your karma is cool. You got a balanced karma with the earth, that you were trying to help save it at the same time. If your ass don't recycle, I suggest you get on that shit immediately.
Hey, it's kind of funny because I lived around Caucasians for 3 years of my life one time, and I heard them. It was one of the guys' father was talking about. Well, the problem with he was telling me, he said, well, the problem with black people don't realize, people view them as liquid gold because if you get now it makes sense to me, because he said he was telling me, he was like, it was a Jewish cat, and he was telling me y'all don't realize that y'all he said, well, we know how to manage stuff, right? And he was talking about Asian people know how to duplicate stuff. That's why he was able to do with the cars and stuff. He said, but y'all just create stuff,
right?
But y'all know how to manage the stuff y'all create. So if we get y'all, he said, a lot of people just get y'all energy to go one way, and then y'all start influencing everybody. And think about it. You look at these people influencing people when it comes to music, this dumb music, and then even just kids doing random stuff. I remember they was doing that mannequin challenge crap and had everybody in the world kind of doing it. So it kind of it's funny.
That's your magnetic pole. Everybody's magnetic poles facing the same way. When we get on the same frequency, we influence everything. Hip hop is a frequency. It's a vibrational frequency that all of us are on. But we've been on that though. As I showed in the video, I think it was class 2 when we watched the Islam Empire Faith, where it showed how the nomads, when they would roll around the desert, they'd get around that fire and start freestyling poems and music. Who can come up with the best story right now? Right? Couple to a flow, couple to some music, to some musical tunes. That's hip hop. That's freestyling. That's the precursor of freestyle hip hop, right there. Who can tell the best? Who can get up? Who can stand up in the circle and tell the most elaborate best story, or a story from your life? It didn't have to be an elaborate story. It could be a story from your life that you were telling. But who can tell the best damn story and freestyle right off the top of the head? That's where we come from. So again, we jump back on that. That's a pole, and that influenced the whole damn world. Hip hop became bigger than rock and roll, and we started that too. We started rock and roll, jazz, and rock, all that shit.
Jazz, blues,
even country music.
Country, jazz, blues, yeah.
You say even country, yeah, exactly, even country music. The creator of rock and roll, they're attributed. They attributed to a couple other motherfuckers like Elvis Presley and stuff like that. But go look up Solomon Burke.
Or you could, I was about to say I forget her name. She's I think Rose Thea Rose or something like that. They call her the grandmother of rock and roll. She was like a church lady, but she also did kind of she was the first person to kind of use the guitar in a way, you know, that we see it at this moment. And she had, even the British brought her over there, and then like I think the Beatles or Mick Jagger or somebody, they were influenced by her, and you know, and you don't hear about her.
Well, him and Solomon Burke. Like when so look up, you guys got to look up Solomon Burke, but also not Solomon, but Solomon Burke and Little Richard too. But Little Richard was younger than Solomon Burke. So Solomon Burke is called the godfather of rock and roll, right? And so you look him up, he started most of that stuff back in the early 50s.
And even Chuck Berry.
Yeah, and Chuck Berry. So they were all around the same time, but most of them, Solomon Burke was the precursor to all of that. Even country, like he did country.
Yeah,
So,
I know that. I was just saying, you know, I was trying to relate to some people that people might know. You know.
Oh, no, absolutely, no doubt. But the reason I said Solomon Burke is because Solomon Burke was my godfather. He's my
for real? Damn.
So you know, me and his son, we became best friends in college. Like as my homie.
So did you actually meet? I mean, no, you didn't get to, but you met his family members, right, and everybody.
Yeah, I know Little Richard and all them. I used to do security for all them. So so Solomon Burke, he was still performing until like he died in like 2010. But he was performing all the time. He would need security. So his son, us being the homies, and I knew how to fight and stuff like that. So his son would get all the homies to do security for his dad. And so we'd be all around there chilling. And you have all these stars. You'd be showing up to the shows and shit. Like, man, we'd be at these shows and like William Morris showed up. Like y'all heard of the William Morris Agency? That's like one of the biggest talent agencies in the world. It's CAA and William Morris. Those are two biggest agencies, talent agencies in the world. So William Morris, we were sitting up, we were doing security for Solomon Burke one day upstairs in the green room, and William Morris gets off the elevator, and they start hugging and chilling, and I'm like, this is William Morris, nigga. Like, this shit was crazy. It was like them football players, like Steve Young, and got off the fucking the quarterback for the 49ers. He got off the thing. We were chilling with Steve Young and shit. It was like, wow. Everybody knew who Solomon Burke was. It's just most black people don't know who that is. But he's called the godfather of rock and soul. That's what they call it, godfather of rock and soul. But so they get all of that. They get all of that from us. We created all of that stuff. So being on the same magnetic pole, we influence. When we're on the same magnetic pole, we influence everything. So let me move on because we got some other shit to show. So I just want to show y'all a couple of videos on superconductivity real quick though, because remember we're talking about, so superconductivity is when 2 points are resonating at the same frequency, then the energy that moves between them it moves at a free state, meaning it doesn't lose energy moving back and forth between them, right? So in order for them to do that now, they have to usually lower the temperature on stuff that like 400 degrees below zero is usually how they reach superconductivity today. So you're going to see this is superconductivity. See that? When you do it, you can reach levitation with superconductivity. Look at that.
Wow.
They're barely pushing it. Look at the force they barely use to move it. There's barely any force, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. Look at that.
Почувствуй силу.
Look at that shit. That's crazy. That's us. But we're what's called a room temperature superconductor. This is the dilemma that they're in now. This is a long time ago. They're starting to find things called room temperature superconductors. But melanin is the very first one. It's the original one. the room temperature superconductor.
Охренеть.
Oh. Look at another. Hold up. Oops. Let's look at this one. Damn it. See, what they have right now is a magnet, which is you, but they also have, this is called, they saw the superconductor, meaning it's a medium where the temperature is so low that it doesn't, that the friction of it, it doesn't cause heat or loss of energy, right? Because it's so fucking cold that the energy moving through it, it doesn't, excuse me, it doesn't generate any heat as it's moving, right? He's teaching you how to make them. Look at that. And just so you're aware, liquid nitrogen is cheap. You can buy a fucking gallon of liquid nitrogen for like 15 bucks, 20 bucks. Look at that.
That's crazy.
But you saw as it started to generate heat, as it started to lose cold, started to lose its conductivity though. See, it started to drop down towards the magnet more.
Right.
Look at that.
Wow.
That's you.
Jetson's like a motherfucker.
Look how fast, look. It'll go as fast. The initial force that it starts with, it'll stay with that force. Right? It won't lose any energy. So if you tap it lightly at the beginning, it'll move and still just move at that pace, but it won't stop. But if
Because
you
there's no
tap,
friction there, right?
There's
no friction there.
There's no friction, right? So if you tap it fast, boom, hard, boom, it'll move with that speed without a loss of energy. But it depends how fast it moves. You know, the vibration within it depends on the initial force that it begins with. Look what it did.
Hell no.
how high that went. Look how high it's getting. Levitation.
It's going like a damn pendulum.
Dude. Look at that. Look at that.
Wow.
That's a flying saucer.
Basically.
So that's you, but at a much lower state. That's when the vibration is damn near non-existent. The frequency, they have to lower the energy in it so much that it creates no friction, right? You are a highly vibratory person, vibratory being. You are the highest vibratory thing in existence. But you can do this. You can levitate. Again, what is hang time? When you dunking on when Jordan or somebody dunking on somebody, hang time. That's levitation. When you pause, when you jump in the air and you pause, you're levitating at that point. So
that's crazy.
There was something else. So again, when you guys get a chance, go in here and go into the God class video section and look up and watch the rest of these, all of these videos. I wanted to show y'all how to manipulate and read people. Oh, not yet. We'll get to that in a minute. But this is what I wanted to show you. So if you haven't watched Face of the Dragon, y'all tripping. That's the first thing. But there's a part in here that I showed you. If I can get to it. All right, right here. So I don't know if you guys used to watch this. This is a show that used to come on a long time ago called Land of the Lost.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right. So in Land of the Lost, they was breaking off your whole goddamn science. So the reason we're in this is because we were talking about how because we don't have the actual physical doctrine of the science of what we used to do, but it's encoded within your melanin, in your cells, right? So we remember. That's why we're constantly reborn throughout life. The phoenix. And also, just to give you another analogy of the phoenix, the earth is the phoenix. It's the dragon and the phoenix. So back in the day, Tiamat, the earth was called Tiamat in ancient Sumeria. It was a giant planet. Then Nibiru, so the Anunnaki, which are supposed to be our creators, the extraterrestrial beings who created us, their planet, or the thing they rode in on, was called Nibiru. It was the size of a planet. It hit another planet called Tiamat at the time and cracked it in half. So Tiamat at the time was Earth, right? And so Tiamat was known as the dragon or the serpent, right? So now that's the very first beginning of the dragon mythology, right? So now we have the Earth. As we just saw in a volcano, what happens? What happens to the surrounding Earth around it?
It creates new land.
No, what happens first though?
Oh, it burns all that shit down.
It does what?
It burns all of that shit down.
All that shit down. And then what comes up from the new rich super rich soil? Huh?
Plants and
the whole new ecosystem.
right.
Whatever was there is going to be better than before. Whenever lava volcano it flows over it, it always comes back richer. Indeed, because now all of that mineral, all that alkalinity and conductivity that's flowing from the inside of the earth is now on top. So all the things that grow from it now will be even better.
So melanin is basically natural fertilizer.
One of the things. it's one of the things. But you see the analogy of burning itself to ashes and then rising from those ashes. That's what the earth does. Pyramidos, fire in the middle. It burns itself and then it's rebirthed from its ashes. That's the phoenix and the dragon at the same time. The earth or the mother earth is the phoenix dragon or the dragon queen. But this is Land of the Lost, and they were talking, in this you're going to see something called the slee stack. The slee stack is supposed to represent melanated people, as you'll see, and we're going to break it down. You should have watched this already, but I want to watch this with you so I can break it down in further detail.
What are you kids doing in here? I told you to wait for me.
So, just if you guys haven't watched Land of the Lost was these cats, they went on a expedition, fell down a waterfall, and got transported back to this ancient time where all of these lizards and all this bullshit, these ancient beings from this time live. And they have to try and get out. Sorry.
What are you kids doing in here? I told you to wait for me.
You saw the cave.
And then she went after that thing.
Then he knocked me over.
I never got a chance to. You pushed me.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
No,
Now
I
stop
didn't.
it. Stop it, both of you.
So, whenever you see anything with light, anything with light means knowledge. Right? Anything, when you're watching a movie and the light is there's a focus on light. Okay, that's all. That always means the knowledge.
Come on, let's get going. Come on. Move. Let's go.
I can't go any further.
Hey, look up there. A light. Maybe it's a way out. Come on.
A light. Maybe it's a way out. The knowledge.
Oh,
no. What? Stop. The time is coming. Dad, maybe find me behind me. You want that phone?
So, just in case you don't know, in this time, the slee stacks are mindless creatures, savage creatures. Supposed to be savage creatures who, just basically want to kill and destroy.
Easy. Dad, be careful. Easy, Dad.
be careful.
That's right.
What is a pyramid? What does that mean? What does pyramid mean?
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
No, what does the word pyramid mean?
Oh, fire in the middle.
Light, fire, pyramid in the middle. Same thing.
This is the key to us getting out of here. Not so much a key as a divining rod. What? Going.
Daddy, look. They're leaving.
Nick, the Altrusian. Hey, listen, whoever you are, thanks. Those monsters are my ancestors.
Huh?
I am of the generation to be born to this place. 10,000. Perhaps 100,000 years from now.
You mean you're not alive yet?
Well, if he isn't, we're talking to ourselves.
It is an elementary deduction. None of us belong here. Like myself, you have fallen through a dimensional doorway. In my case, however, only time was affected, not location. Those monsters are my antecedents. This is the past of my home. I am from its future. Well, what about the Magnetism? It is a tool for traveling through the universe. I shall use it to return to my time.
Could it help us get back home as well?
That is conceivable if we could fix the proper coordinates.
Hey, that's terrific!
Terrific. You do not understand. The Magnetism is for my purposes.
Not on your life.
Now look what just happened. Is his
Light
shit.
went down.
It's his shit. He got his hand on it accidentally, and he like, I ain't giving it back. Not on your life. This nigga's like, look, nigga, this is for me, not for you. This nigga says, nah, not on your life. I ain't giving this shit back. Again, this is the knowledge. This is representative of the information. So again, he says the sleep stacks are his ancestors, right? He's from the future.
Is not my life that is in question here.
You said something about use of force doing something to the Magnetism.
The Magnetism determines where and when the doorway shall open. Therefore, it was important to build a self-destruct capability into the Magnetism. Should some warring species bent on invading other worlds attempt to acquire it through force, hostile and aggressive thoughts could cause it to self-destruct. It is the failure of the human race. They are quick to do battle and quick to destroy. That is why they are inferior.
You mean nobody gets angry? What?
When he said human race, who is he talking about?
I'm guessing everybody else but the melanated people.
Yes, he's talking about these Caucasian people.
Yeah.
Huh?
Anger is kept.
You mean nobody gets angry where you're from?
Anger is kept in check. That is why my race has endured so long and progressed so far. If it were not for an unknown disturbance that caused a distortion in my journey, I would be with them now. Why are they firing at us? We are not threatening them.
Well, Enoch, my friend, despite the fact that the Sleestack are your great-great-grandparents, they happen to be vicious and warlike.
That is not possible.
Oh, well, next you'll be telling me that those arrows are Cupid's darts.
Cupid? Skip it. Come on.
Is everybody okay?
What's the... I have made a grave error. When I fell through the time vortex, I did not go back in time. I went forward. This is my city. The Sleestack are not my ancestors. They are the barbaric descendants of a people who could no longer keep their anger in check, and eventually destroyed my past. This is not the past. This is my future.
Well, you're not quick.
You see that?
Yeah.
They are breaking this shit off. This came out in the 70s. I'm a little kid watching this shit, not knowing what the fuck I'm looking at.
You and me both.
But looking at them sleep stacks like, this shit is crazy. But I always remembered throughout life the talking sleep stack.
Right.
Always remembered that dude.
It was only one of them that talked.
Yeah.
But the thing that I just saw, if you go back and look at the sleep stack, look at their eyes. They're extremely dark. Melanin.
Right there it is. Exactly, melanin. So we're gonna keep going. This shit keeps breaking it off. So now he's shown he thought he was in the past, watching his barbaric ancestors. No, nigga, you're in the future watching your barbaric descendants. He was the great fucking the civilized one, the super futuristic technological one on all the science, and then the science got corrupted because of you know, the character of his descendants, you know, because they fell into a great war state of violence, and you know, and so I love how they're saying violence, because remember, this is coming from the Caucasian's perspective. Remember, we were the Moors, we enslaved them. So this is from their mentality when they say, oh, you know, we took up violence and this and that. So in that part of our history, that's what it would be for them. You know, we were violent towards them when we enslaved them, and you know, and all this and that type of stuff. So that led to the degradation of our consciousness.
There. Future. Well, you're not playing fair. That is an inaccurate assumption. There is only one doorway. Either you shall return, or I shall. I must return, for I must warn my people.
What do you mean, warn your people?
I must warn my kind that what lies in store for them is war and self-destruction. Then perhaps we can yet teach ourselves to curb anger and hate, and so ensure survival in our world.
But what about us?
I am non-refutable.
And you go back to the others to explain how to keep their anger in check. Tell them that it's all right to destroy those who oppose them, as long as it's done dispassionately, without feeling, without anger.
I do not understand.
It is not the absence of hate that will save your people, but it is the presence of compassion and of feeling. And if you can't grasp that, then your race is doomed forever, no matter what you do.
The reason that they're saying how he's breaking this off, because they were saying we were discriminately dispassionately we were just carrying out the science. Like, look, nigga, we're the highest motherfuckers, you're the lowest motherfuckers, fuck you. Like, it was kind of on some old whatever, nigga. That's, you know, we're the guys of the planet, you're not, and so this is how the order goes. And give us your kids, nigga. And so that's kind of the mentality it was. And it's funny. So, but the funny thing is how they try to portray it back to us. This is the passion. Again, this is the passion in which they were feeling when we were, you know, doing all this crazy shit to them in those times.
Wait, I got a question. Just a real quick question. If we knew, I'm guessing since we had all that knowledge, we understood karma.
Mm-hmm.
So did we know that we were gonna at one point get to the situation we're at right now, or did we just pretend?
Remember, Phoenix Moors and Dragon Moors. We're gonna get into that. So again, you're gonna see some stuff. So the Sleestack are supposed to represent the Dragon Moors, where the consciousness has devolved to where they're just out there working on nature, on, you know, just on instinct, natural lower instinct. And the Sleestack, which is named Enoch, excuse me. So Enoch is, if you go and do, when we're talking about the Sumerians and the Anunnaki, right? We talked about that. If you don't remember, go back and watch episode 1. But the Anunnaki, which was the Sumerians, who created us all. So one of the main gods who created us, the two brothers. So there's Anu, and then his two sons were Enlil and Enki. That guy's name was Enoch. All you need to do is change the I and the K, and it's Enki. So his name is Enoch, whereas the ancient gods who created us his name was Enki.
We are not without compassion. We I perhaps have lost sight of this. If the generations to follow commit the same errors, then we shall all perish. I apologize to you all.
Now you see how the Phoenix Moor was born. That was his fly. If we all commit the same shit as our Dragon Moors brothers, we'll all perish. They had to change the vibration, which is when they started to give out the knowledge. So watch this though.
Oh, okay.
Eyes to you all.
The Sleestack pit is just ahead. I hope they fed it today. Let's just take a look inside and see if there's any Sleestack around. Dad, are you sure you want to do that? Listen, it's better to check now than to be trapped down in Enix Cave again. Come on.
Well, seems to be a quiet day for everyone.
Well, at least we know that there's no Sleestack around.
Yeah, even the thing in the pit seems to be asleep. Or full.
Come on, let's get down to Unix place. I'll be worried if we're gone too long.
Yeah! I'll hold him off, Bill. Now run! Dad, run!
Put down your weapons, Rick Marshall.
You know my name.
We know many things. There is no point in fighting now. We will both be dead soon enough. That is our God, and this is the hole of no return. When he gets hungry, he will come out, and we will both be devoured.
Who are you? How do you know my name and my language?
We know more than you think, Rick Marshall. You are not the first. Many humans have come here.
Where are those humans now?
They are gone. Some disappear, some die.
Well, I'm not going to die. I'm going to get out of here.
It would be nice to go on living. Yes, but one accepts.
Well, I'm not accepting anything. There's got to be a way to escape from here.
It has happened only once.
There, you see? How was it done?
I do not know. It is only a legend of a thing that happened before the new God was hatched.
So, what we were on before the new God was hatched. It only happened once. Well, how? So they say, I've only heard of it happening once before the new God was hatched. You're going to see the symbolism of what the new God is.
Are you down there?
I'm in the pit, Will.
Are you all right?
I'm okay, but I'm not alone.
What does that God thing look like?
I'm not down here with the Sleestack God. I'm down here with the Sleestack.
A Sleestack?
It's okay. He's safe. But we got to get out.
Were you able to read that?
No, not really.
So basically, it said that we used to be on knowledge and consciousness, and then when we moved over to religion is when we started to be on the lower state. So the new God, again, represents religion, Christianity and religion. We were on, we weren't, or our God was science and knowledge. And then when they switched over to the new God, we were in the sunken pit. Again, this is the sunken place. This is the pit that brings you down to the lower level.
Here before that godlike thing gets hungry.
Dad, I have no way of getting you out.
Go back to the cave and get that long rope, Will.
Hey! Okay, just hold on, Dad. Just hold on.
You will not make it in time, Rick Marshall. The God is already growing hungry.
When's the last time that thing was fed?
I do not know. I do not take part in the ritual.
What do they call you?
I am called Salach. Do you really think that your son can make it?
So I don't take part in the ritual. I mean, he's not on that religious bullshit. He has knowledge. He's smart. And then his name is Slach. Slach is the calm period between high points in a wave. Okay, remember, so the rise and fall of things is like a wave. You peak and then you fall to a valley. You peak and then you fall to a valley. Same thing. That's what he is. He's the valley between our high state, between our high point. Slach, the calm period between high points in a wave of energy. He's that calm point, or he's representative of that calm point.
Back before the god gets hungry.
Oh, he'll make it back okay if he doesn't run into one of your people or Big Alice.
What is Big Alice?
She's an Allosaurus that lives outside the city.
We call her Selima.
What does that mean?
It means protector. You see, we come from eggs. Selima protects the eggs from the other animals until we are hatched and can join the others.
Let me ask you something. Why are your people hostile towards us?
They are trying to protect the only thing they know is theirs. You see, Rick Marshall, my people exist within this city. They know that our ancestors built it, but they do not know how or why. It is the only thing that my people have to make them secure.
Same thing how we lock onto our, we was ancient gods. We were, oh my God, we walked the planet in gods and queens. And again, we're latching on to what was because we don't understand how to use the knowledge to create new shit. So we have to attach ourselves to what was. Which you should know what was. That's why we left all that stuff there, so that we would understand. We left it as markers so that they couldn't erase any of that stuff. And those things are the knowledge. The things that we built, those pyramids, all the things that we built, that knowledge is in that. Literally is within the structure that we build, where they have to dissect things to break down shit. We build things with the knowledge in order to understand the knowledge. We create, they destroy. So he said, why is your people so hostile towards us? He says, we're trying to protect the only thing that we know. We know Kemet is ours. We know that. But again, and they know it too, but we don't know how, and we don't know what it did.
Those of our people who have ventured across the split in the earth have never returned. And so we stay here and protect what is ours from anyone who tries to intrude.
The split in the earth. You understand? The earth was together as Pangea. Then it broke apart to the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean, that's the great split in the earth. From Africa, the slave trade. So when they ventured across the great split in the earth, that's the slave trade. When the slaves went from Africa over to America, that's what he's talking about. They never returned. Anybody had a question? I heard you click in.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Our ancestors must have been extremely intelligent.
Anyone who tries to intrude.
But your ancestors must have been extremely intelligent people to have built all of this.
That is true. But our ancestors also became warlike and barbarian. They destroyed each other. Those that remained were the strong and uneducated. Woo! And so we are doomed to live the existence we have inherited.
But Slach.
Nigga, do y'all hear that shit?
Yeah.
The one that survived was the strong and uneducated. They are breaking your shit off. This is 74. Or 70, yeah, 74, 75. Fucking crazy.
Ridiculous.
Let's get back at it.
If your people are intelligent like you, we should be able to talk to them so that we can all live in peace.
That is a problem. You see, my people are not intelligent.
What about you?
I am unique among my people. That is why I am here.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, the genetic traits of our ancestors are born into one of us. I do not know how it happens. I only know that when I came into being, My mind was filled with a knowledge of the universe.
Woo! Your ancestors must have been geniuses to be able to construct all this.
They were very knowledgeable people.
Are you seeing this shit right now?
I'm seeing it, man. I'm seeing it.
Every now and then, the traits of our ancestors are born into the new people. So this is the ones who are born, who are conscious in every damn generation, or when we're in the down state. It's always going to be some of us born conscious. These niggas, I was born with the knowledge of the universe. And then this motherfucker said, your people must have been very, very intelligent people. Wait, hold up. Let's get back. Let's do that again. Let's go back one more time.
That is
are intelligent like
is true. Earth have never returned, and so we stay here and protect what is ours from anyone who tries to intrude.
But your ancestors must have been extremely intelligent people to have built all of this.
That is true. But our ancestors also became warlike and barbarian. They destroyed each other. Those that remained were the strong and uneducated. And so we are doomed to live the existence we have inherited.
But
they destroyed each other. They were not destroyed by someone else, an outside force. They literally had to kill each other.
Because only a dragon can kill a dragon.
Or only a phoenix can kill a dragon. Only a dragon can kill a dragon, or a phoenix can kill a dragon.
Right.
And so we are doomed to live the existence we have inherited.
But Slatch, if your people are intelligent like you, we should be able to talk to them so that we can all live in peace.
That is a problem. You see, my people are not intelligent.
What about you?
I am unique among my people. That is why I am here.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, the genetic traits of our ancestors are born into one of us. I do not know how it happens. I only know that when I came into being, my mind was filled with a knowledge of the universe.
Your ancestors must have been geniuses to be able to construct all this.
They were very knowledgeable people.
That still doesn't explain to me why you're down here in this pit waiting to be eaten by that god thing.
It is because of my being born with the traits of my ancestors. My people consider me a freak and therefore a threat to their existence. They have left me here to die, as they have all others who have been born like me.
Same thing as today. They niggas, lower vibrational niggas, or lower conscious niggas will always clown the conscious niggas. Oh, you one of them conscious brothers, huh? Oh, you one of them pro-black niggas. Same thing today.
Basically, reverse psychology on the albinism situation.
He's
the albino in this situation, kind of, sort of.
Say again?
Basically, this cat is the albino in this situation, sort of.
Well, yeah, as far as consciously, yeah, as far as the albinism relates to consciousness, yeah, but yeah, as far as where we are now, yeah, because our consciousness has fallen so low that they think a nigga who's on knowledge is a dumb motherfucker. You got nigga, you with that dumbass knowledge shit, folks. Nigga, fuck that shit, nigga. They ain't gonna get you paid today, nigga. You gotta get this money right now, nigga. That knowledge shit ain't gonna get you, ain't gonna feed your ass, nigga. That's what these niggas are.
Why you sound exactly like them? Stop.
What'd you say?
You sound exactly like them motherfuckers.
Oh, nigga, I grew up in gangsterhood. I grew up with two gangsters in my blood and the Crip in my house, man. Literally, one lived in the back, one lived in the front. Blood and a Crip.
Wow.
Yeah, that was some stories, boy. So hey, let's get back on.
Wonder how high it is at the top of this pit.
It is at least 7 meters.
If I could get a footing on this wall, we might be able to get ourselves out of here.
Your efforts would be useless. We are meant to be consumed by the god.
Not if I can help it. I just wish I had some pitons.
What are these pitons?
They're small steel spikes that mountain climbers use. We could knock them into the wall and climb out of here.
Would these be like the pitons?
Yes. That might work. It just might work. Hand me that rock.
We must hurry if we are to escape. The god is getting hungry.
It shouldn't be too much longer before we're out of here.
We will have to be careful of my people once we are out. They will not understand our helping each other.
We call helping one another brotherhood. It's something that all living beings should make a part of their life.
You see that shit? How they broke off the brotherhood, the little esoteric brotherhood?
Right.
How the Phoenix helped these motherfuckers. They said, but we can't tell anybody because nobody would understand. This is the esoteric. See, these are Masons writing this, just so you know, obviously. So the Masons are telling you, look, we have this little connection that's on the low that nobody's supposed to know about. This is how they play it out. Our people will not understand us helping one another. See that shit? Mm-hmm. Let's go back at it again.
Once we are out, they will.
Much longer before we're out of here.
We will have to be careful of my people once we are out. They will not understand our helping each other.
We call helping one another brotherhood. It's something that all living beings should make a part of their life.
Yes, it would be good to have this brotherhood.
Hand me another bolt. Slatch!
Okay, I have hurt my leg. Go on without me, Rick Marshall. I am meant to end my life here in the pit with our God.
No, you must try and make it.
It is not possible.
It is possible. I'll help you. Now, come on.
So even though he's intelligent, his will to live and succeed has been beaten out. Like these motherfuckers niggas will give up. Nigga, fuck it. He's white motherfuckers. Nigga, white supremacy ain't gonna fucking do nothing for us. Nigga, white motherfuckers run everything. So why fucking try to get out of it? That's a lot of so-called conscious niggas today.
Right.
You are a true friend, Rick Marshall. I do not believe I can make it any farther.
You can't quit now, Slatch. We're almost to the top.
It is better for me if I perish here and now. My people have rejected me, and I will have no place to go once I am free.
There's a very good reason for you to go on. You must teach your people peace and understanding. You must teach them to better themselves and to live in harmony. That is why you were born with the knowledge that you possess. If you quit now, then you're no better than your ancestors who destroyed this beautiful city and left your people to a barbaric heritage.
You are a very wise man, Rick Marshall. I will continue.
No, it's Alice.
What do we do now?
She won't bother. She's too busy eating. Come on, let's circle around her. Well, we finally made it, Slatch.
You are a man of great courage.
No. I'm just a man trying to stay alive in a very hostile world, that's all.
Yes, that is what it has become.
Well, I've got to get back to Will and Holly. Will you be all right?
Yes, I will be fine now. You have given me new inspiration. I will try to help my people.
I'm sure that you will. Until we meet again.
Yes, until we meet again.
To hold him off. Dad, we don't even know what it is.
Oh, I think we're gonna find out.
Don't worry about where it came from, Will. Get your sister out of here now. Hurry! Okay, come on out of here. Hurry, quick, Holly. Hurry! Come on! Careful, Dad. Careful. Thank you, Slatch. You saved our lives.
You must leave quickly. My people still must feed the god, and it would be unwise for you to stay here at this time.
Yes, but what about you?
I will remain here. You must leave. The god grows hungrier.
Come on, Dad, let's go.
Stop. You will come no farther.
Let it go! Come on, let's get out of here. Slatch, you gotta come back. Come on. Move.
sorry, Mr. Wild.
I guess it'll be all right. I don't think any of the Slee Stack followed us from the city. Hey, I wouldn't be so sure about that. No. He's okay, Will. This is Slatch.
There is no need to be frightened.
You must be from Enix time.
What is an Enoch?
Well, Enoch is one of your ancestors that fell through the time doorway by accident. Hey, if you're not from Enix time, how come you know so much about us? Oh, he was born intelligent, son.
You mean you just born smart?
Yes, I was born with the intelligence of my ancestors.
Hey, then you can help us open one of the time doorways to get us home.
That is not possible.
But wait a minute. You told me that you were born with the knowledge of the universe.
That is true. But for some reason, the operation of the pylons and the matrix are not part of that knowledge.
So, same thing as today. We know we're connected. We understand we're gods and all this and that, but we don't know how to use the science. We have the knowledge, sort of. We have what it can do, but we don't know how to make it do it.
You told me that you were born with the knowledge of the universe.
That is true. But for some reason, the operation of the pylons and the matrix are not part of that knowledge. I must be going now.
Goodbye, my friend, and thank you. We shall meet again.
Have a long life, Rick Marshall. Farewell.
Did you see the way he shook his hand?
As you can see from these clips of...
Did you see the way he shook his hand, the way he grabbed his hand?
Oh, wrist to wrist,
Have a
yep.
long life, Rick Marshall.
Yep, that's a Masonic, that's a Masonic grip right there.
Exactly.
That's the Masonic grip right there. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that. Good shot. Good look.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice the Masonic grip. Wow. So that's in a TV show from 1974, showing you about the great fall of the Moor, but the rise within that fall. Like, nigga, there's some Phoenix niggas grown that comes up and just birthed within you, but there's so few of you that the major population of brothers turn on you because they think that you're the anomaly. They think your ass is the anomaly. So again, we need to get back and understand who we are, because they know putting it in this and just furthermore on this, the Slee Stacks that used to be in these damn shows, they were basketball players. So again, these was niggas inside these costumes.
Right.
Some of them was white. Like one of them was Bill Lane Beard, the Detroit basketball player. But
yeah, because all of them seem to be pretty tall. Six foot, what? At least 6'4" and up.
Yeah, these are all high school basketball players. Bill Lane Beard being one of them. It's fucking hilarious. So, let me see. Let's see if I can get back into. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here it is right here. So there was one other thing I needed to show you guys, and that was about ley lines really quick. And I hope we can get through this fast. Because you need to see how your melanin connects to the earth. So I don't know if you guys understand what ley lines, but we were just talking. I told you at the beginning about anti-gravity in the world grid. So the world grid is it looks like your brain synapses, pretty much. So like how you saw the big ball, and then you saw the strand going from the ball of the synapses going to the earth has a magnetic field the same way. It has these giant centers, pockets of energy that look like those giant circle balls inside your synapses. And then it has a line that goes from that giant circle all the way down to another giant circle. So the line that it creates in our brains is called the synapse, right? But on the earth, it's called a ley line. It's a magnetic line, electromagnetic line of the earth that makes up an actual grid of the earth. And if you're on these, so most of the structures, the megalithic structures that are built in the world are built along these lines or on the actual point the actual circle point where the line proceeds from. So that's called a magnetic pressure point, right? Then the lines flow from that point. So some are built on the actual point, some are built on the ley lines. Like the pyramids are built on the actual point. The pyramids of Giza are built in the exact center of the earth, down to like a milli-inch. It's in the exact center mass of the earth, the Great Pyramid of Giza. You have to have complete knowledge of the whole earth to be able to do something like that. To be able to put a building in the exact center of the goddamn earth. So that was us, and you understand they knew something about these called ley lines. And let's check this out real quick before we get into what I want to show you about blockchain.
Ley lines. Tricks. Written by Magdalene, the owner of the amazing website, Maggie's Holistic. Yet again, we come across another mysterious force of nature, known as electromagnetic fields of Earth, Schumann resonance, or better known as ley lines. The rediscovery of ley lines in this country is unveiling, apocalypse, Greek for unveiling, the secret of nature. Ley lines are the luminous strands that many are pulled at today, hardly suspected what riches lay at the end of these subtle light lines. All ley lines lead to the planetary grid, the primary light and energy matrix, creating, enveloping, and maintaining planet Earth, our Gaia. What are ley lines? A ley line is a straight fault line in the Earth's tectonic plates. This is a scientific fact. Through these cracks in the Earth's tectonic plates, the magnetic energies released are very powerful indeed. Many people have claimed to have felt the urge surge up their body, and some have claimed that they have blacked out, as the surge was that powerful. How long have human beings known about ley lines? Our ancestors have known about...
So, see, these are the center points. It's like the synapses in your brain, and these are the lines that move out. Looks just like your brain connections. The Earth has the exact same brain connection.
Ley lines for thousands of years. Every race and culture on this planet has known about these lines, yet everyone had different names for these lines. All we need to do is look at the ancient cultures of Earth. Take the native Indians of the United States. They used to call ley lines spirit lines, and their shamans used to use the electromagnetic energy in these lines to help them contact the spirits. They even designed their medicine wheel on the spirit lines, as they knew these lines followed a straight round line. How did they know about these lines and energies that they give off? The answer is simple. The sky gods told them. In Europe, we were led to believe that the Druids called them mystical lines. In Wales, they use the same name in Eastern countries. They call them dragon lines.
What did he just say?
Dragon lines.
Well, who did he say told them about it? Who did he say told the Native Americans about it?
The spirit, what did he say? Spirit angel, spirit creature?
No, he said, no, let's go here. No.
We know.
The sky people.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The answer is simple. How did they know about these lines and energies that they give off? The answer is simple. The sky gods told them.
Anunnaki.
In Europe, we were led to believe that the Druids called them mystical lines. In Wales, they use the same name in Eastern countries. They call them dragon lines. We know that Eastern countries call them dragon lines, as the sky gods flew in dragons along these lines. The Aboriginal people of Australia call these lines dream lines. And once again, they claim that this knowledge was passed on to them from the sky gods. The Da Vinci Code was based on René's Le Chateau in France, which is also on a ley line. It is documented that Alexander the Great was guided by Aristotle to take control of the major dome centers of these intersecting ley lines from dark forces, which is why he put his top general, Ptolemy, to rule Egypt. Interestingly, Cleopatra, the last pharaoh, alongside with both her husbands, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony of Rome, were defeated by the Romans, where they eventually destroyed the biggest library in Alexandria, Egypt, before taking all the knowledge with them, sending us into the Dark Ages. During the medieval times, anyone who had any knowledge of Hermetics was designated a heretic and died a horrible death. This held true for whoever knew how to read or write, a heresy, leaving only the royals and the monasteries literate.
A good movie to see that is The Name of the Rose. It's with Sean Connery and Christian Slater. It's about these monks. It's about the time of the time of the Inquisition. So the Inquisition was about when the Crusade, when the Crusade times were happening, and the Christian Church were trying to stomp out anybody who was using more science. So they would roll up on your ass, and if you were using any type of science that didn't come out of the church, especially the Catholic Church, they would string your ass up. So that's why the Inquisition. What are you doing? What is this? What is that? So they had to go. The knowledge had to go underground.
What was the name of that movie again, Kev?
The Name of the Rose.
Okay.
Very great, very good movie. Because in there, I don't want to tell you the movie, but you should watch it. I ain't gonna tell you what happened, but that's a dope ass movie.
Yeah, I hear that they were talking about Hermetic knowledge or Hermetic philosophy.
The whole thing is about knowledge. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm telling you. You need to go watch that. The whole thing is about knowledge and information.
Yeah, I got that book, by the way, that Kabbalion book that you told us to get. So I got it.
There it is. We're gonna do one of the classes is gonna be on that too.
Okay.
Throughout history, all the megalithic structures have been strategically built on top of these so-called lines, from the pyramids of Giza to Stonehenge, Notre Dame, Solomon's Temple, Parthenon, Oracle of Delphi, Rennes-le-Château, Ziggurat, the Vatican, DC Capitol, Mecca, Hagia Sophia, Aztec Pyramids, Bermuda Triangle, Coral Castle.
Anybody know what the Coral Castle is?
No.
Coral Castle is a place in Florida. You can go check it out. Go on tours. This dude named Edward Leeds Scowlin, little dude, weighed about 130 pounds. He built this place by himself in the middle of the night. And he did it by levitating the coral into place. And he did it. He had this little black box that the government stole after they killed him with it. They came in and took this black box, but he was able to change the frequency of the rocks and stuff like that and able to levitate them. So he wrote a book called Magnetic Current. You can find it. You should get that book. Maybe a little scientific, but everybody should get it, especially since we're learning about superconductivity and melanin, all of these different things. You want to have that. This dude, 130-pound dude, built a whole entire castle. He built this.
What was his name, Kev?
Hold on,
Aztec Pyramids.
Hold on.
Bermuda Triangle. Coral Castle.
So he built this by himself. His name was Edward Leeds Scowlin. That's Leedscalnin. Edward Leeds Scowlin.
I dropped the link in the chat for everybody.
Covered it.
Appreciate that.
So again, look at this. This apartment complex right here in Florida. This nigga's got DirecTV. Sitting up in this place right here. Over here, that's DirecTV right here. This is a whole place that was built back in the early 1900s by this dude, Edward Leeds Scowlin. All these things weigh like tons. Look at what he did. He put this up on this. He put this big ass, again, this is a solar system, Saturn, the moons, different, representing all of this. He did all of this shit by himself. Everything you see placed in here, he put it there by himself. Without a crane, with nothing. So that's what you can do. But also it made it easier because these places are built on ley lines where the magnetic energy is so crazy that it allows you to perform things like this. So how the pyramids were built, it's built on a ley line or a ley point, where so the energy, when they're grounding themselves to the energy, all that energy in that area over there is so massive than more than any other place, you know, that's not on a ley line. So it helps to amplify their magnetic field and their energy to be able to let them levitate bricks, you know, levitate the limestone, which limestone is very magnetic if you study that as well. So same thing as how he was doing it. The reason how he found out, he knew the ancient Egyptians levitated the bricks. So he just performed the same shit. So again, get that book, Magnetic Current.
Tesla's lab in Shoreham, New York, including all nuclear power plants, military bases, and stadiums, which are also used to harness energies, like giant batteries. Many of these sections where two or more ley lines intersect are marked with obelisks, such as Washington, D.C. Monument, Vatican Courtyard, and Cleopatra's Needle in Central Park. These electromagnetic lines of the Earth are its veins and receive its energies from the sun that connects and affects every living thing on this planet. We are electrical, and our atoms surrounded by electrons, electricity. Greg Braden explains it best by asking us, where does our heart get its electrical capacity from? We are connected to the Earth's electromagnetic fields, and our heart is our battery. Many of our ancient spiritual figures knew of this hidden knowledge and meditated or prayed on these lines, or megalithic centers, which elevated their electrical ores, intellect, and connection to higher self through the activation of the 7 energy centers, chakras. Could this in fact be what the golden halos depicted on all spiritual figures throughout history represented? Many of our top intellectual minds, such as Tesla, Einstein, and others, all have something in common. This is, they all at some point have shared that their idea, invention, or formula came to them in a daydream or dream, which is in fact a meditative state of mind. For example, Einstein was very knowledgeable on the physics of Kabbalah, and Tesla became very close with Swami Vivekananda, where through Swami's teachings, realized that his ideas that would come to him in an aha moment were coming from these close interactions with these ley lines, allowing him to access Akashic records. Nikola Tesla, who was born during a terrible thunderstorm and lightning storm, used these ley lines to conduct his famous tower, which would give free energy to all. Of course, there are dark forces as well that are and were knowledgeable of these ley lines, such as secret societies and Hitler, who was very much into esoteric realms and worked very closely with Maria Osipich, also known as Maria Orsic, who was a famous medium who later became the leader of the Vril Society. Might I also add that days before the last blood moon, on September 28, 2015, the Pope came to the US. He gave a speech at the Capitol and then came to New York, where he went from Times Square up to Cleopatra's Needle in Central Park and ended his trip at the Liberty Bell in Pennsylvania. Coincidentally, he went through ley line points. Hidden esoteric knowledge, you think? It is very interesting, and we should take notice that the Swiss lab, CERN, and the Brookhaven lab in New York both sit on ley lines, and both of these labs have a hadron collider that directly impact these ley lines, negatively and or positively. CERN lab is the father of the internet, and if you look at the hadron collider at CERN, you will notice that it strongly resembles a web. Outside of CERN sits a large dome with an opening at the top, same as the dome at St. Basilica in Rome, as well as the dome on the Capitol building, and the same at the top dome of Nikola Tesla's tower. In addition, this lab has a large statue of the Hindu goddess of destruction, Kali, right in front of its greeting entrance. It seems that there is a concentrated effort to affect and manipulate the Earth's electromagnetic fields using these technologies. In a JFK and Eisenhower speech, they both warned the public in detail and referred to this well-converted group of elites as technocrats for a reason. By controlling or influencing the geoelectrical grid, they can affect the Earth. Also, indirectly, directly, can control our thoughts and emotions artificially, because we are all connected to Gaia, Mother Earth.
All right, so y'all want to watch the rest of that? Go inside the God class playlist and watch the rest of that. But the reason we're showing it, because the magnetic force ley lines on the Earth, if everybody can tap into them, that means when you tap into them with your melanin, what does that do?
Dope it up, power it up.
That's an understatement. That's the most understated shit I ever heard in my life. If these motherfuckers can they do all of this shit with it, and they're not even rocking the melanin in their skin, what the hell you think you could do with it? You already see what you can do with it. It's already evident, the things that we did in the past. But with the stuff today, we should be able to create greater things. But we don't, because we don't have any idea of this information. First of all, we don't even have any idea of the information of who we are and what we can do scientifically, while they're studying the shit out of us. And they're like, oh, this X-Men shit is real. Like, nigga, these niggas are X-Men for real. Like, goddamn. Like, nigga, not a joke, not some hyperbole, not some theory. These nigga, Black Lightning is real.
All these motherfuckers are like, on some level, Wolverine. They have healing factors that we can't explain.
Exactly. They knew that. They were like, okay. These motherfuckers are seriously off the chain. How do we deal with this? And then I guarantee you a giant, not a study, what's they call it? Think tank. A giant think tank, or think tanks, plural, were created to deal with what they would call this problem, which would be us. So, that's it for the the melanin and the ley lines and stuff today. I want you guys to get into this playlist and watch those.
Hey, Kev, so basically, they scared to death.
Man, are you kidding me? Dude,
the fact we might wake up one day and realize what's going on, they scared to death.
That's where you go back and look at the Hobbit and Smaug, the dragon Smaug. What was Smaug doing? Smaug was chilling and sleeping on a pile of gold.
No.
Huh?
They're not scared to death that we might wake up. It's not a matter of if we might wake up. It's a matter of when.
Yeah, no, they know they know when we gonna wake. That's what I'm saying. That's why they showed Smaug. Because when Smaug was chilling on the damn pile of gold, and then the Hobbit came in and fucked up, was trying to grab the gold or grab something in there, he woke him up. He's like, nigga, what the fuck are you doing in here? he was chilling at first. He was asleep. Everything was all good. Smaug woke up and destroyed everything. This nigga started fucking up everything. If you go back and watch The Hobbit, I think that's part 2 of The Hobbit, when Smaug woke up. Hey, it was no motherfucking joke. Smaug was like, hey, nigga, did you just wake me up, nigga? Like, was I sleeping? Oh, excuse me. Let me wipe what did he say? Wipe the coals out my eye. See who's this paging me and why. He's like, nigga, y'all getting smashed on right now. So, again, they are terrified of you waking up. Terrified of you waking up in your old consciousness, in your old conscious state, like without consciousness. If you wake up and you're in a high vibratory, high vibrational consciousness, you're not going to use the science the same way they were used to. That's really what they're scared of the old dragon coming back. They're not really tripping on the Phoenix. Now, having said that, they don't want to give up power or nothing. So they want to maintain complete and total control over everything, which is why you always see Caucasians in everything that you see on TV. No matter if it's a commercial, if it's the news, if it's a movie, they constantly saturate your, you know what I'm saying, your visual field with Caucasian people, even though they are the you know, the least amount of people on the planet. Albinism is is an anomaly.
Right.
So the fact that they try to make you think that it's the most pervading thing in the world, or no, motherfucker, you're just control the planet because you have more resources and the money. You jack the resources and the money, so you're able to put yourselves out there as being the most populous people in the planet, but you're not. It's people with melanin who are the most populous people, and they know that eventually melanin will take over. If we keep on, you know, combining with each other and, you know, and mixing in and tying in and stuff like that, eventually, you know, the no melanin will get wiped out. Melanin is dominant, and it will wipe out the non-melanin eventually, and they know that. So they got to constantly keep the perception going that they're the most populous and greatest people.
Yeah, they want to keep you asleep like Odin.
Right. And so, you know, again, or Smaug. I'm telling you, nigga, Smaug is some y'all need to go back and watch that goddamn fucking movie.
I gotta go see that, man.
Hobbit, nigga. Smaug was no fucking joke. That motherfucking Hobbit woke Smaug up. He was like, huh? He's like, nigga, you in here? Smaug woke up, broke out, and nigga burnt the whole village down immediately. Nigga, y'all crazy for waking me up, nigga. Oh yeah, that was no joke. And then they killed him with the black spear. The long black, what does the black spear represent? Anyone?
Spear.
What does the black spear represent?
Knowledge, I'm guessing.
A black spear?
No.
The phallus.
Yeah, your dick. The black dick.
Oh.
Everybody was overthinking that to hell. Like, what?
That like a motherfucker. So, this is one of the things that you can do with blockchain. I wanted to show you this to show you where the future of blockchain is going. This is called kitty something. It's like kitty coin or something like that. But watch what they did with it.
When I show you what I'm holding, some of you might see a simple cartoon. Some of you might see a complex piece of engineering. You'd both be right. Meet Genesis, the first CryptoKitty. She's not alone. All of a sudden, CryptoKitties are everywhere.
CryptoKitties.
CryptoKitties.
The viral blockchain-based game that sparked a global craze for virtual cats.
It's a picture of a cat. And apparently somebody bought one for $100,000.
You've probably heard of cryptocurrencies, but these are crypto collectibles. They're like digital Beanie Babies or baseball cards. It sounds silly, but CryptoKitties is testing a profound idea. Can a digital good be rare? Every 15 minutes, the company Axiom Zen releases a new CryptoKitty that only one person can buy. And they'll do that until November 2018, when they're capping these Generation Zero kitties at 50,000. But there are already more CryptoKitties than that, because unlike baseball cards, you can breed them.
The game is that there are billions of different possible combinations of traits. And so you can decide which combination of traits is interesting to you, and you can go out and try and find a cat that has that combination and buy it. Or you can try and find a combination that no one's created before, and through our breeding mechanics, you can come up with new combinations of traits, or if you're lucky, even new traits entirely.
That's Lane LaFrance and Dieter Shirley. They both helped found CryptoKitties in November 2017. And they've convinced a loyal group of users to spend more than 23 million buying and breeding these digital cats. In just a few months, a whole community of third-party sites and services formed around CryptoKitties.
Kitty 19143. Still got the whole world laid out before me.
You can do youngest first, cheapest first. See, like $10. And as I mouse over, this is a plugin I found.
We are trying to find new ways to play with these kitties outside of the main game. So we're starting with contests. Dirtface is possibly one of my favorite kitties because he is just so unbelievably ugly.
The traits that made Dirtface the ugliest CryptoKitty even though, I mean, I think he's adorable, are baked into his code. See, this is what Derpface and Genesis both really look like. The genes in their code define their physical appearance on 12 features based on a template by a human designer. They call those features
attributes are the visual elements of the cat.
attributes. Like us, these cats can also carry traits in their code that only show up in their offspring. But the genetic algorithm that drives CryptoKitty reproduction, that's kept secret.
When the cats are breeding together, the secret sauce combines those elements to make with a certain element of, well, we can't really tell you much or anything about that, but they are combined.
And people spend a lot of money on the chance to get their dream cat. Price depends on the generation number and on what traits are in high demand.
Look at this shit. This is stuff created off of blockchain that literally has made $23 million, and all these motherfuckers is doing is writing code on a piece of paper and exchange and trading it.
Pretty much.
It's crazy. They're trading motherfucking pictures of cats. But they're unique pictures of cats. They're unique because of the blockchain, because of blockchain coding. But let's get back into it.
In other words, popular CryptoKitties earn high prices the way collectibles always have. Scarcity. And what's so interesting about this is that digital scarcity is brand new.
Before the computers came along, if you had a thing, only you could have that thing, and no one else could have that thing unless you gave that thing to the person, in which case you would no longer.
Mute your phone.
But that completely changes when goods become...
If you had a thing, only you could have that thing, and no one else could have that thing unless you gave that thing to the other person, in which case you would no longer have it.
But that completely changes when goods become digital and accessible online.
Every time you give somebody data on the internet, it's a copy. I think the sort of reckoning we had in the 90s and early 2000s was how do we live in a world where everything can be copied infinitely, and and what's going to happen to the music industry, what's going to happen to the news and entertainment industries, and we've seen that all play out.
But CryptoKitties can be scarce because of the technology they're built on. They're using a blockchain, specifically the Ethereum blockchain. So you have to buy them with Ether. But you might also be familiar with the original, Bitcoin. A blockchain provides a decentralized system for recording transactions, making fraud and piracy a lot harder.
And so the essence of blockchain is that we have, let's say, whether you want to call it a book or people usually refer to it as a ledger, and they would say, hey, Bob has this, Alice has that, and then everybody gets a copy of that book. And then if someone comes along and says, no, Alice doesn't have that, people can point to their own copy of the book and they can say, no, you're wrong. I see right here in the book, my copy, that Alice has this.
When a kitty is born and it's beautiful and I love it, there's something very special about knowing that it belongs to me and no one else, and no one can take it.
But the truth is, it's not all yours. You own the code for that cat, but not the actual image.
So in the case of CryptoKitties, they have sections in their terms of service that say that they own all of the images, all of the graphic elements, and that they have the right to use them however they want, that you actually have no right to use them in any way.
That's not so different from a baseball card.
If you have, say, a Topps baseball card, and it has a player's name on it, say Barry Bonds, and a picture of Barry Bonds on it, you own the physical object, but you don't own the copyright. Owning the physical object doesn't give you the right to print up other cards, but it does give you the right to trade your card to someone else or to sell it to a collector.
But for CryptoKitties,
so if they decide they want to, say, change the artwork, or if they sell the company to someone who wants to pull all the artwork offline and use it only in their new CryptoKitties movie series, they could do that, and you'd be left just with this string of letters and numbers on the blockchain with no art attached to it at all. So I think that's a fundamental difference between real-world collectibles, where you have the object and they can't take it away from you, and digital collectible.
We really wanted to put the art in the blockchain because our users, I think most of them conceptually know that what they own is sort of some numbers in a blockchain, but what you think you own, what you think of as your cat is the picture of the cute little guy with the funny eyes. And unfortunately, the decentralized systems are just not mature enough to support art in a robust way.
CryptoKitties are cute and complicated, and they show that we still have a ways to go until we can really keep a digital collectible like we can a baseball card. When I was doing research for this video, I became super interested in what makes CryptoKitties a game. If that's the sort of thing you're interested in, you should really check.
So that's one thing that they've created recently that's going to kill the game. This is some new shit, and it's already killing the game. First of all, because Caucasian people love pets and animals.
Was that dude's title a block?
Say again?
Yo, did you see that dude's title? That just said blockchain lawyer.
Oh, yeah, this guy right here? Yeah.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
It's just said
blockchain law. Dude, I'm trying to tell you, this shit is about to take over the game. And we're going to watch a little bit of this next one. Let me see, where is it?
Did I notice that the melanated kitty was the ugly one?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, that they called it the ugly one. I didn't. They're all ugly to me.
You know that he was also the rare one.
Huh?
He was also the rare one.
Right. Yeah, he was the rarest one. Yeah.
Yeah, I see where this is going too. Because can you imagine having an album, hip hop, R&B, or whatever, and each one of them they have 12 songs, but one of the songs on each album is different.
Woo!
And you were the only one that have access to it. Yeah.
Now you starting to see the game. You can literally with your code, each motherfucker can have a different song on their album because of the code, because of their different blockchain code.
Right.
That's just with hip hop, nigga. Dude, if rappers get a hold of this and understand they can do shit like that, and you can literally release different albums to different people because you can change the coding of the song and release the song to this motherfucker if he pays a little bit more, or this motherfucker does this. Dude, that's where this shit is going. Good eye. Great eye. And great
that is going to change the whole philosophy of Lotto.
Dude, now you starting to see where this is going. Hercules. But now you start to see what's happening. Hold up.
Hi, welcome to another Cold Fusion video. Shortly after the 2008 global financial crash, a mysterious white paper emerged from an unknown entity, a person or group calling themselves Satoshi Nakamoto. In this mysterious white paper, a new peer-to-peer financial system was discussed. It was to use a digital cryptocurrency called Bitcoin. It was an omen to people being sick of centralized power meddling with economic systems. Many perceived this new system as a better way of doing things. The technology invented to power this new system was called blockchain, and Nakamoto's paper was its grand unveiling. In this video, we'll talk about some exciting implications of this technology and the impact it could have on all of our lives. So what is blockchain? It's the underlying technology behind cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum, but its uses go far beyond that. It all sounds complicated, but let me try and break it down into one sentence and important concept that you need to remember. Simply put, blockchain is a continuously updated record of who holds what. These records are split into linked blocks and then secured using cryptography. The cryptography part just means that you can be sure about the records. This is dubbed as automated trust, or trust that's inherently built into the system. The list of records, known as a distributed ledger, is decentralized and available to everyone to see and verify. In addition, the blockchain is decentralized.
What does that look like?
Ley lines.
And what else?
The brain.
The synaptic thing you was showing earlier.
And there you have it.
and available to everyone to see and verify. In addition, the blockchain is tamper-evident and unhackable due to its distributed nature. Everyone knows when a block has been messed with because it is rejected by the rest of the system. If you want to know more details, I've already done a video about the basics of how blockchain works in regards to cryptocurrencies. I'll leave that video and other information sources in the description below. Blockchain has a social perception strongly related to Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, and most people view the blockchain as something for intellectual tech-savvy criminals or people that are anti-government. But the emerging truth is that the blockchain has applications far beyond cryptos and as a whole will be nothing short of revolutionary. I've invited Dr. Adrian McCullough, a blockchain lawyer who's at the cutting edge of what's going on in the industry, to speak to us today.
Hello. I'm a lawyer of 30 years experience. I'm the only lawyer with a PhD in IT security. My thesis involved technical analysis of digital signatures and hash algorithms, which happens to be the underlying technology for blockchain. So a blockchain is just a special type of data repository that is in itself tamper evident.
Blockchain technology has been called the next stage of the internet by many.
But I believe that this is now the next generation of the internet, and that it holds vast promise for every business, every society, and for all of you individually.
Let me break it down. Our current internet is an internet of information. It's based on the concept of copying and distributing information, be it video, email, or data. All of these are copies. For example, if you want to watch a video on YouTube or receive an email, you're looking at a digital copy of the original. But what if we take this further to the next stage? What about assets that provide real value, like contracts such as a house or car ownership, a stock, a bond, money, votes, or digital identities? The problem is you don't want to have these things as copies. For example, you don't want to send someone $5,000 yet still have the original $5,000 under your name. This was called the double spending problem by cryptographers. Despite the name, this basically means the problem of having two digital copies of something that should only have one unique identity. The cryptography element of the blockchain enabled it to be the first technology of its kind to solve the double spending problem. Now, for the first time, we can build a new stage of the internet based on real value. And this is partly why it's such a big deal. So where can the blockchain be applied? In my talk with Dr. Adrian, he discusses the FITS model of blockchain application. FITS is an acronym. Using this model, the best place to use blockchain are places with high possibility of fraud, an intermediary or middleman, environments with high throughput, and stable data. I'll let Dr. Adrian explain further.
You should try to run against your environment what's called the FITS model, F-I-T-S. The FITS model stands for, F stands for fraud. If you are in an environment where there is a history, propensity, likelihood of fraud involved in various transactions, then the blockchain can assist in reducing the likelihood of fraud actually occurring.
Adrian goes on to say that this is why blockchain is being used for international finance transactions.
The next area of the FITS is the I. If you have an environment where there are intermediaries involved, then you may be able to disintermediate those parties if they really don't provide value.
He goes on to say that we can get average transaction settlement times from 2 days down to 15 minutes by taking away middlemen. Throughput or number of transactions per second is another consideration. It turns out that Bitcoin can only do 10 transactions per second, while MasterCard and Visa can do about 80,000. But researchers are currently looking into increasing the throughput.
You then look at things which what Vincent Grimoli from the University of New South Wales has developed. He's been able to increase the throughput to 400,000 transactions a second through what's called decentralized computing, using 100 laptops, PCs to do the processing power.
And next is the stability of data. For a blockchain application, you don't want volatile data. You want things that are going to stay the same for at least a while. Things such as land ownership titles and personal information. So that's the theory about what systems you should look for in regards to using blockchain applications. But where is the blockchain actually being used today? Here's a quick fire round of applications underway. Blockchain land registries are being looked at in Honduras and Sweden. Diamonds are looking to be tracked by the blockchain to stop things like blood diamonds. The Nasdaq Stock Exchange will soon begin a blockchain system to record the trading in privately held companies. The Bank of England has stated that the blockchain is a significant innovation that could have far-reaching implications in the financial industry. Not only this, but 6 banks, including Barclays, Credit Suisse, and HSBC, are all planning on making a single digital cryptocurrency to clear and settle transactions using the blockchain. Microsoft is even getting in on the action by building a framework using the Ethereum blockchain. On the social media front, there's Steemit, a Reddit competitor, and its video companion, DTube, a YouTube competitor. Both are blockchain-based platforms where you can get paid in cryptocurrency for creating content. This is showing a new direction in where social media could go. As a matter of fact, I've actually just signed up for Steemit myself. Okay, so this is all good, but let's turn things up a notch. Blockchain goes even further when we talk about something called a decentralized autonomous organization, a DAO or DAO for short. Because of blockchain technology, we now have the capability to create huge company organizations that are distributed and automated for the first time in history. This has never been done before and could provide near limitless potential.
That's the game. Y'all understand what he just said?
Yeah, basically businesses that run on their own.
Yeah, but think higher. What else does that mean?
That means you could kind of organize each other and have your own. You could control like the stuff y'all do, far as
There
like.
you go. Now you starting to see.
Yeah. Far as like if I got something, you know, I'm selling you some shirts and you selling me some shoes, we could just have this exchange between us. And if we consider it valuable, and like I say, if all the quote unquote black people are was just using this type of currency, that could just destroy everything. Because
that goes back to what I was saying about us being able to just focus our energy on one currency, and then you can literally uplift the all the brothers out of poverty with us just doing that, focusing on one currency, using that as the medium between us as our exchange. That's that aspect there. But now you can create organizations, worldwide organizations that really run that where you don't have to trip on motherfuckers for not doing this or not doing their job, because now it's all encoded within the blockchain for what they're supposed to do, what these niggas supposed to do over here, what y'all supposed to do over there. So now it makes your organization that much more efficient as a people. Now you can connect with motherfuckers around the world and have an organization. Listen what he said again.
To create huge company autonomous organization, a DAO or DAO for short. Because of blockchain technology, we now have the capability to create huge company organizations that are distributed and automated for the first time in history. This has never been done before and could provide near limitless potential. Before the blockchain, we were already halfway there. We have organizations like YouTube that are a mix of the old style central management with a decentralized user base creating content. A DAO would have computer code that runs the rules and decisions instead of a central management team at the top. The people in the decentralized network would decide on the rules, form a consensus, and create something called a smart contract. Basically a set of computer-coded rules that a computer would execute later when needed. In other words, a DAO is like a democratic company that's automatically run.
So a DAO is meant to be a decentralized, so it's on the blockchain, there's no central management involved, autonomous in that the code will run the transaction, and it's meant to be some form of organization. The difficulty from a legal perspective is that no one at this point in time has been able to classify exactly what a DAO is. It may be that in a few years' time, DAOs will become so popular that legislators will need to create special legislation that will recognize what a DAO is, but at this point in time, no one knows.
Let's take a look at a basic hypothetical example of how this might work, but just with one smart contract. So say in the future, when the blockchain is readily established, you want to buy a used Tesla Model 3. Traditionally, you'd go to a dealer or an individual, you'd make sure that the details and the history of the car are correct, you'd hassle for a price with the seller, take some money out from the bank, transfer the money, sign a lot of paperwork, wait for the money to clear, and then you can finally have the car. This will take around a few days to do. Now, with the blockchain, using a smart contract, you can have this order all carried out in real time. The car would be uploaded to the blockchain so that you would already know that the details are correct because trust is built into the system. You could buy this car with a cryptocurrency that's attached to your bank account, and all of the ownership and other details about the car is executed in a smart contract, so everything would happen in a matter of minutes instead of days. Your ownership of the car is now attached to your digital identity on the blockchain. The global records in the blockchain system is now updated so that everybody in the system now knows that this car was sold to you. You can take all of this a step further by linking up different smart contracts into an organization similar to Airbnb or Uber, so the whole process is automatic, with rating systems of service and customer satisfaction, etc. Although that setup is a sharing economy model, according to Dr. Adrian, a group of smart contracts can easily be arranged in this way. So I hope that you're beginning to see the importance and potential of such technology. But it's not all roses. Right now, there are still some downsides. Malicious smart contracts, for example. These can theoretically be designed to clog up the entire system. In addition, if there are actual coding errors within a decentralized autonomous organization itself, this could create massive problems. Another thing is that the blockchain is also permanent. Every record of a transaction is stored there for all time, and this doesn't sit well for those concerned with privacy and the right to be forgotten. Dr. Adrian did state that there are going to be some entities called oracles, and these guys have special clearance to make edits on the blockchain. But overall, this is still an issue that needs further looking into.
As I tell people, when we talk about blockchain and we talk about DAOs and ICOs and things of that nature, we are at this.
I thought this was you, Raheem. Raheem? Just like your
stage in the blockchain ecosystem, probably the equivalent of 1993, when the internet was opened up by President Clinton and the National Science Foundation. Prior to 1992, the internet was only open to research organizations, government agencies, defense contracting organizations. Who would have thought in 1992 that we would have companies like Google, Amazon? All of those companies have taken advantage and looked at the internet and said, how can I use this piece of technology? I have no idea what some really smart master's, PhD student is going to do, and say, we could use the blockchain or a smart contract or a DAO to do this. May come from the University of Queensland, Curtin University in WA, Stanford, who knows what someone is going to think about in the future and say, well, we can use this technology to do this. I don't believe it's going to be me. I'd love it to be me, but there'll be some smart people out there who will look at this technology and say, let's do this. And the rest of the world say, wow, that's really something I want to get on board and I want to utilize that service.
So you already came up with one, crypto albums. That's going to be a thing.
You trying to take people out of their jobs, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, technology, you evolve. It ain't take you out of your job, you evolve. I mean, when things evolve, evolve with it.
Yeah, because I was thinking about all the people that deal with the car dealerships. They're going to be upset about that.
No doubt. But again, then you change the game with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't, dude, again, you don't stay the same. That's why we always are depicted with that foot moving forward. Because
speaking of that, even if you think about it, let's say how he was talking about different albums, you can also do different types of jewelry or shoes or clothing, like where you only got a particular type of shoe based on that digital code.
Yep, you can exactly anything that can be so look, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So blockchain, this is a carbon chain, exactly the same. This is what I wanted to. So how you can build and create things off of carbon links and create new forms and new shit all the time based off the carbon structures, based off your carbon links. The blockchain is the exact same thing. They have no idea. We have no idea what we can create with carbon because it's infinite. Same thing with blockchain. Now that they created this many connections that can, all you need to do is just do the connections. They can create anything with it. Literally, you can create. These would be businesses in the blockchain in the future. These are carbon structures that create certain things in matter, like fullerenes and all these different things, bucketball. But these would be creations in the computer. In the, you know what I'm saying, in the cyber world, you know what I'm saying, in the future, these would be blockchains, not carbon chains. This is what this shit is going to. It's literally created off the links that you already seen, the connection, the synapses, the chain, which is basically your synapse chain. That's the first thing that it was created of. Carbon chain, synapse chain, then blockchain. It's all the fucking same thing. Somebody's like, oh shit, wait a minute. We can do this? And then, as you just seen, it's going to be infinite what they be able to create with. They don't even know because you have, it involves the imagination. Again, see this carbon molecule? Everything can attach to it. Once you have the carbon, they attach, boom, you keep attaching, keep attaching. This was the first one, how it started off. This was this structure here. Then boom, you keep adding. You're creating. That's what we used to do as melanated beings, as highly melanated gods. We were creating on a constant basis, moving on into the future, not looking back on old shit. That's how the shit goes. The Fibonacci sequence, just real quick before we go. We talked about in the first one, the Fibonacci sequence and how the ancient Cometians built that into their, they built that into their structures, their temples and structures. So it's called the golden mean, as we see, the spiral. The spiral is representative in everything, huh?
Seashell.
Yep, seashell. We live in a spiral galaxy. It starts there. This is mimic of the galaxy. This would be the center sun and all the spiral galaxies that roll out from it. It's the exact same thing. It's how the universe or the galaxy is created.
Actually, you know what's funny, Kev? If you look at the back of a brother's head when he gets a haircut, it looks like that same swirl.
Yeah, we got that spiral from the tip and it moves around. It's in everything. This dude, the Fibonacci sequence is in everything. What is it simplistically though? Can anybody explain, like if you had to break down the Fibonacci sequence to a child, can anybody do that?
Yeah, it's the ripple effect when you throw a stone or a pebble into the lake and you see the ripples just go out. It's pretty much infinite, but it starts at a center point and it just spreads and it keeps going.
Right, but how does it do that? What does it do to create the next wave? How was each ripple created?
By the energy that started from the beginning. And it
builds off each other, isn't it?
Wait, say it again.
Builds off each other.
How so?
You
right there on the door. You right there on the door.
It takes the energy from the original and it goes to the next and it builds off.
Right. So basically, it's past plus present equals future. Past plus present equals future. So,
straight mathematical equation.
That's all it is. Past, present equals future. So how you do the Fibonacci sequence is you take the box, you take one box, the past box, or the present box, you add it up to the box that came before it, and that's how you get the future box or the future number. Really, and then when you do it in numbers, it's the number. So, you know what I'm saying? 1, this is the first box. The next box is 2. So 1 plus 2 equals the next box, which is 3, right? So then this box, the previous box plus the present box, 2 plus 3 equals 5, right? So then the past box plus the present box equals the next box, which is 8.
And it's just past, present, future. Past, present, future.
Past, present, future. That's all it is.
Man, woman, child. Man, woman, child.
Yep. And this is what they created. This is what they made it into, because they have to dissect shit and make it all complicated. See how easy I just made that shit? I looked at that immediately and got that. When I saw that, I was like, oh, past this box creates this box. Well, nigga, that's past, present, future. Universe sent me that immediately. I ain't got to go in no lab, nigga, with no test tubes and motherfucking go draw this and then take this apart and do. I ain't got to do all that shit. Just look at it and look at nature, nigga, and that's what you're supposed to do. As above, so below.
Hey, Kevin, when I looked at how they were talking about organization, right, and it was shown on that picture, you see that one person, and it kept on connecting. You could think about it as the brain or synapses, as they, as it.
Yep. Yep. Same motherfucking thing. Same thing. So now you understand how we create, or how the universe creates. What it does, it takes the past and it takes the present and makes the future, but always it leaves room to create in the future without infringing upon the past. This is
that's like that Egyptian joint you showed us.
Yeah, just like the temple.
We're in the Temple of Man, where they let the
right.
Man, that's deep as hell.
Dude. This is deep, but it's simple science once you truly understand it. The past and present is supposed to create the future without infringing upon the past. It draws and it builds upon the past and the present, but it doesn't overtake the past. And this is where you get lost in the future, where new generations don't understand the past. Like, let's take today, hip hop. Whereas hip hop is some bullshit today because the science wasn't passed on. Snoop said this in an interview the other day on the Breakfast Club. He was like, look, you can't really blame the future, the rap today, on these kids, because what happened with us, the second generation of hip hop, we was taught hip hop. So like when I went everywhere, like on the East Coast, and there was Grandmaster Flash, or there was Dougie Fresh or somebody, and they was, we'd be sitting in a room together and they get to talking. I'm like, yo, I'm bowing down. What you got to say? And he's picking it all up. He said, but then when we got it and we started making so much money from it, we started blowing up and making all the money from it. We was like, fuck that. We ain't teaching no niggas nothing. We ain't teach the little kids, the next generation, on how, on the information and knowledge and how to build upon it. We were just mashing out. And what they did is they took the knowledge from the past and the present and became great, but then he passed on the knowledge from that present on to the future one. So the future generation was left to fend on their own, pretty much. They were like, well, nigga, we'll create some trap shit where they don't even speak. Whereas rap's supposed to be the epitome of communication, how you get your point across.
They sleep stacks, ain't it?
They sleep stacks, because right now they don't even have a full vocabulary. Yeah, skirt. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's one little. They don't even say the full word. Riding down the street, skirt. Riding down the beach. It's like, nigga, three fucking words.
They're just making sounds now.
Dude, they're just making sounds. They don't even. It's not a full vibration.
But it's kind of funny because if you think about it, I mean, they're not doing that, but that could be an aspect of like where they used to do in jazz when they were scatting and doing that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but the point is, these cats don't know that, but it makes sense because you got to know, it even goes to what they tell you you just made me thought about the Bible, when they be like, you got to know thyself. If you don't know thyself,
right, because
you got a past. So you know your past, you can't. You're in the present, but you create the future.
Jazz is highly complicated, though. It's not like jazz. Jazz is highly complicated vibrational frequencies that literally it transform your brain. Like if you listen to jazz, even more so than classical music, it'll open up so much frequencies and crazy parts of the brain that would close down. But these dudes today, they don't speak. They don't even have a full vocabulary. So the full vibration doesn't even get out. It's crazy. And then when you listen to these songs today, like, nigga, what was the full thought, nigga? Like, nigga, did you actually have
make sense, man?
Huh?
No, I was saying it's kind of yeah, that's true, because if you think about it, even on the frequencies, because they said how to record certain music now, they record at a lower frequency. How they back in the day in jazz they recorded at a higher frequency.
Exactly. And before I go real quick, we were looking at.
It's even deeper than that, though, Kev. I mean, I actually watched the interview with this kid, Little Pump, and like you were saying, like the music has no vocabulary, and he wasn't even forming full sentences.
See?
Like he couldn't convey a thought in an interview. So it's not that like some artists make music and that is a different side of them. And then when you talk to them, you know, because they're artists, they're deep people. These kids, they not even, this is really them.
Yeah.
Like the music that you hear is
I know what you're saying. Because 2 Chainz, you would think 2 Chainz was silly, but he's actually real smart, dude.
Yeah, 2 Chainz is smart. What pisses me off? That pisses me off.
They can't even put the thought together. They just, I'm serious. Go torture yourself for 15 minutes and watch one of them interviews. And if you're an intelligent person, you come away from it like, what the fuck did I just watch?
Yeah.
But if you think about what Kev was just saying, that's the problem, because you see 2 Chainz, you see what's his name, Plows, and then you also see I can't stand what's his name, but Gucci Man. He's not as dumb as what you think he might, you know, how he plays on there, because all these cats are just trying to get paper. They're trying to get that money instead of trying to pass.
Gucci Man's dad is Malachi York.
Yeah, I know that.
Is he?
Man.
Yeah. That's why that nigga smarter than any rapper out there.
Yeah, but if you think about it, like I said, you wouldn't think that if you listen to his music, but he's just trying to get that paper. So you see what I mean?
Oh yeah, but you know that's the way the game goes. Really, before I go, I'm getting hungry and shit. But go ahead. No, say what you gonna say.
Yeah, but even aside to that, like Kev was saying, like Snoop saying we didn't teach the next generation, but the dudes that was getting money like Gucci and 2 Chainz and some of these other cats are not teaching that information to the next generation. So like what we thought them cats was lost, these cats
yeah, they even more lost. So it's gonna be just a descending spiral from that point on. However, I will say this. Most motherfuckers know, because when hip hop was really good, you had to be different. And now the shit is all the same today. That shit will die out because the universe is not the same. Nothing is meant to be the same. So the Caucasian people are trying to create this synthetic music where everything sounds the same and you be on that same vibration, but that won't last because eventually niggas will get tired of that and want variety. And when niggas want variety again, then you're gonna have to go back into the creative well, and that's gonna generate better music in the future. They're gonna have to go back and see what great music was, what people considered great music was. And a lot of people today will say 90s hip hop over everything. Nigga, 90s hip hop, nigga, 90s hip hop.
That's why if you go back to the 90s and the 80s hip hop from the era that most of us are from, we were on a whole different vibration, which is why if you listen to the shit today, you can't understand that bullshit.
Nope. You can't understand. But now I'll say this. Today's hip hop did come out of Bone Thugs and Harmony though. So it's called a triplet. What they rhyme on is called the triple something. So they go da 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 da. So Bone Thugs and Harmony was doing that back in the day.
Twista and Do or Die was also doing that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But you could understand that shit.
Yeah, but you can understand what they were saying. And that's why that's why Bone Thugs are so pissed off now. They were like, nigga, we created this trap bullshit. Nobody giving us the credit for it. But they was rapping like that 20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Do you really want to have the credit for the bullshit that's going on today?
But that shit was good though. That shit was dope. The Bone Thugs was rapping some dope shit.
And therein lies the problem, brother KB. Their shit was good. This bullshit is trash.
No doubt.
But you gotta teach. You know, you gotta teach the person. If they ain't teaching, bro, you know.
That's right.
These people don't even read books, bro. You know, some of these cats don't read books, bro.
Yeah, Kanye West don't read no motherfucking books.
Look, you see Nas and them, they said they was reading stuff, you know, all these people.
But they were reading Malachi York stuff, though.
That I knew he was gonna say that. I was gonna say that, but you beat
They was all reading Malachi's York shit. That's why all
Yeah,
that
you
going through New York like a motherfucker. So they was all reading the same stuff, which is why a lot of that, why that vibration all seems alike. They're all were on kind of pretty much on the same vibration because that same information was being flowing throughout New York, Malachi's York. But you know that shit got lost. And now these niggas don't know shit about hip hop today. Like pretty much, like nigga, it is just the wackest shit that you can't even understand what a nigga is saying. Now some of this shit is cool, and you got a few cats out here today that pay homage to the old school, old style, like J. Cole and the dopest nigga to me is Joyner Lucas. If y'all know who that is, y'all need to check. Y'all need to look up Joyner Lucas. Joyner Lucas did a spoof on the Designer song Panda. Panda. That's dumbass song we just mentioned Panda 8,000 times in the fucking song. So Joyner Lucas, go look up Joyner Lucas Panda remix.
Yeah, I know who Joyner Lucas is.
Have you heard that Panda remix?
I mean, he all right, but I heard a lot of his stuff before. Yeah, I heard that one. Also, that's the guy who did the one where he had the white guy talking to
the white guy talking to the black guy. Joyner Lucas is dope. What are you talking about? Joyner Lucas
he kind of cool, bro. I ain't saying I don't like some of the stuff, but I'm just saying, No doubt.
But if the Panda song, though, he killed that motherfucking Designer on the remix of the Panda song.
That's really hard to do, bro.
He took his beat and destroyed him. Like he took his beat and destroyed him. But before I go real quick, this looks like the what? When the very first documentary we saw today was what? Anybody remember? Come on, this is interactive classes. If y'all not learning nothing while we through, come on, get your brains rolling. What was the first documentary you saw today? First video we saw today.
We've been rolling so long, I'll be getting lost, man. I forgot what's
what did we start with? What subject did we start with?
Dark energy.
Dark energy. So again, does this look like the grid? The dark energy grid that they showed?
Yeah.
The space as it expands, it gets longer and wider. This is the same grid.
Yeah, but here's the ugly part. Do that circle again. Look at the number that's in there. What does that number represent?
What, this?
That number.
Yeah,
8.
the 1, huh?
No, the 8
right here. Oh,
infinite.
Infinity. Yeah.
So
but this is where it starts, though.
Right.
This is where it starts. The 1. The unity of the universe. At first, we're all one thing. We start off, bam. This is how we are. Then it separates, become 2. Okay. Then we have the duality of the universe. But before when it first starts, we're all one. Then we come.
If you look at the spiral looks like a 6.
Isn't the
or 9?
The 0 and the 0 represent the vagina, and the 1 represent the phallus, which is where you get the beginning, like the power sign itself. Isn't that where that comes from?
Wait, say it again. The 0, what?
The 0 represents like the vagina, and the 1 represents the power sign.
Well, the circle and the line.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the circle and the line is the vagina and the penis. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So boom, that's how you get it, and then it splits and becomes the duality, and then 1 + 2 becomes 3, which is mother, father, and child. And then boom, you keep on, and it keeps on expanding, and it keeps on going, which is why they say the universe is just constantly expanding. It's not going to fucking collapse, motherfucker. It's creation. It's infinite creation. And the more and more we create within it, the bigger it'll get, the faster it'll get. That's up to us, though.
Yep.
All right, y'all. So get into the God class. The playlist and look at those videos all the way through. We're gonna get back onto the Moorish history. I had some stuff to show y'all there about Aboriginal and the connection to the Moors and stuff, but we wasn't able to get into it. But we will next time.
All right.
Did everybody get that blockchain technology PDF that I sent out to
the chat?
Oh, that was you?
Email group? Yeah.
Yeah.
Email group. I sent that out. Did everybody get that?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
No, I don't think I got it. I don't see it.
Okay, because I sent it out to the email. The email.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't in this chat. I think people are confused. It wasn't in this
I didn't send it out in the chat. I sent it out to the email group.
Yeah.
Send it on the email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, earlier in the week, right?
Yeah, earlier in the week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I saw it. Yeah. All right, I did see it then. I saw it. I clicked on it.
Okay.
So, man, the fact that you understood that you can start creating crypto albums in the future is going to be crazy. You
Man, I'm telling you, man.
Like crypto little individual crypto movies and shit. Like, man, it's going to be crazy.
You have certain look. You get your own particular type of dish done by a chef. If chef if you want to spend all his money on this one, the chef could be like, "I'm gonna make this dish for you."
Dude, now it's truly individualized where you can get shit that's completely made for you that nobody else can fucking copy. And
Get particular painting, type of shoe, type of furniture. Like it's
starting to see.
Man, wait. Not only are they going to do that with food, they're going to make a specific dish, and then if somebody else wants it, they're going to buy it. And when they buy it, you get a cut of that shit.
The point is the infinite possibilities are crazy.
You know what? Hey, you just made me thought about something. You could do this, bro. Like say, like, all right, there's one particular person who wanted to listen to this album or something, right? So he listens to the album, then he go and be like, oh, he start just promoting like it's the gospel. He getting a little piece of that for promoting that person's album, you know, or that artist could sit up here.
Smart contracts, and then how Homo was breaking out. You can link contracts to create businesses like Uber and shit like that, dude. The blockchain corporation. First of all, if you've been watching the TV at all, IBM says join the IBM blockchain. Have y'all seen that commercial?
Nah, I haven't been watching TV.
Y'all ain't seen that shit, dude. During the commercial,
I seen it.
Join the IBM blockchain. See, these niggas are building private blockchains already.
Damn.
I got one last question for you, Kev. One last question. What was the website where we could go and like start dabbling with Bitcoin a little bit? You gave it to us like on the first class.
Coinbase. Coinbase.com. Did I have it?
Yeah, it's Coinbase. And then you can go to the strange ones to be able to find a particular.
So Coinbase is the first one. Yeah, you buy your thing and you transfer your coins to another exchange, and then that's when you can
Ripple, all these different ones. But just make sure you like Kev will say, do the studying because
it should be. Hold on.
Like Steam, that had to do with like what they were saying, the video. So.
Okay, good look, y'all.
Let me see if I put it in. I thought I put it in the classroom, but maybe I didn't. It's in the crypto. It is in the crypto playlist. I think it's 10 ways.
Okay, cool. I'll go look for it. I know you're hungry as hell and we keep putting your ass out like
damn right, goddammit.
Real quick, I did check on that Guap coin and I went to the website. There's nothing but an index there.
See, and that's what I was saying. See, that's the person who told me about it. That's what I was saying. Brothers getting in the blockchain is, you got to be real tight with your shit.
Yeah. Now it's all over Twitter, but that was back in January. There's nothing on there but an index now. So I don't know what the hell happened to it.
I checked on it too. They have no website.
Really?
Right.
Flag.
Apparently they had a website.
Yeah, they did. No, I was there when they did have a website. I went there. I was
back in January of this
year. No,
not
January. They had the website. That website was on there like a few weeks ago when I told you about it. I had went
check back.
Yeah, check back now. That shit is ghost.
That shit is gone.
That shit is ghost. Now she still has videos on YouTube doing interviews and stuff. That's how I started checking up on her. But when I went to the actual Guapcoin site, it doesn't exist anymore. It just says index like the FTP, but ain't shit on there.
Right. No place to buy the coin. They don't have a list of businesses that are accepting.
There's no white paper, no nothing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Damn. Okay.
A lot of suckers out here, A lot of people just trying to get that what they call FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah, fear of missing out. So how to trade? Is this one? This the one? I think this is it. Yep. So this is it right here. So let me put this in the chat. Y'all can get this.
So you gotta be on P's and Q's.
Right.
So I just found it. I'm about to put this in the chat. You guys can go. check out this video.
Yeah, because I was getting all ready to look at Guap Coin and when
Yeah.
shit.
So again, that's why I was telling her, like, everybody be trying to come out with some goddamn coin, but your technology needs to be sound behind it, or it doesn't mean anything. So 4 out of 5. Yeah, your technology has to do something beyond you just selling a coin. If your technology is just you transferring a coin, it's just not going to work.
Right.
So that's what most melanated people don't understand. They try to get, like you said, they got the FOMO. They want to create a coin. Oh, we can create a cryptocurrency. No, nigga, you need to create technology. Creating technology, not a currency.
Yeah, you got to create something nobody else is creating.
And more importantly, you have to get the code, whatever they're using to code it. That's what people need to learn.
Right, coding. Yes, that's what we need to learn. Again, to do that type of stuff, you need to be involved in that. So right now, we need to get coders who are already involved in it. And it'd be good to get melanated coders, but we don't need melanated coders. You need somebody just who understands your vision and who know how to code.
I thought she was a coder though.
Yeah, she's supposed to be a coder, but like the chick that did Guap Coin.
Right, but again, the infrastructure behind it is not good. You can create a code a coin, but what does it do?
Yeah,
from everybody else's coin. I mean, what is it? How can it sustain itself for the future? You know what I'm saying? Is it the utility coin? Is it is it this company? All these different types of things has to be answered, and they didn't necessarily have their shit game tight, which is probably why they took it down for a minute, and they probably revamping it, and then they'll put it back up eventually. But
I hope so.
All right, people.
All right, man.
Peace, Kev. Good class, man.
Thank you. See y'all in a minute. Peace.